This is a clouds weather alert. Meteorologist Casey Cloud coming in the air right now with a severe thunderstorm warning in play for parts of Baker, Bradford, Clay, and Union counties here until 5:15. We have a damaging wind potential here, a lot of lightning in the area right near that rush hour commute, right, close to that rush hour commute home from work. So just got to be really mindful of this situation. Maybe if you're at work right now, you might just want to stay there a little bit longer and wait this out, depending on exactly where you're at. Let me read the warning off from the Weather Service that they sent out here about 10 minutes ago. So the National Weather Service in Jacksonville has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Bradford, southeastern Baker, northeastern Union, and northwestern Clay counties into northern Florida until 5:15 p.m. And here, Thunder, where I'm at, we're just right on the edge of the warning where I'm at here east of Stark, like literally, probably within a mile one way or the other. I think we're just outside the Polygon. But the point is this severe thunderstorm warning goes to 5:15 for a severe thunderstorm located near Rayford, moving southeast at about 30 miles an hour. Middleburg, Kingsley, Camp Blandon, Penny Farms, Laurie, Ellerby, and Asbury Lake here under this warning. So again, monitoring things very carefully here. We have now a severe thunderstorm warning for damage and wind potential. Could be a little bit of small hail in here too, but that would likely not be your main hazard here. Lightning's a pretty big hazard too. I was posting about that a little while ago here with some of the action more to the east, but now kind of getting more of a line development here as we're seeing this kind of come into play. So severe thunderstorm warning in effect right now. Let me go ahead and look at some things here on the Doppler again. Just being very mindful of the situation. Again, just being very mindful here. This warning goes to 5:15. Parts of Bradford, parts of Union, parts of Baker, parts of Clay. It's just clipping off right here as it gets towards Stark with the actual polygon here. I know it's just, part of, Bradford County around Stark in it as we're looking. But, of course, all of Laurie's in it for sure as we're looking in toward northern Bradford County. But around Stark, kind of right on the edge here, some Stark addresses in it, some Stark addresses not in it here as we're looking at the overall situation. But this warning, definitely one to be very mindful of here. As we're looking at things, parts of Bradford, Union, Baker, and Clay until 5:15. As we're updating it very carefully here, you see quite a bit of wind energy in here. As we look over the last little bit, you can kind of see how some of this has come together. It looks like it's kind of coming together here right now, right here near. It looks like as I get down to street level map in Northwest 205th Street there, Northwest 35th Avenue. Again, I see some wind energy in here right now that's pretty strong as we're looking at this here in the Bradford County. That's on the periphery, maybe with a boundary, but I still, we had some of that yesterday with boundaries kind of causing some issues here as things are really robust. That was more so just north of our area in Georgia, but I wouldn't be surprised that there's some wind with this based on, just the volatility here in terms of this axis kind of coming together. It's been a little gusty here just south and west of the actual polygon as well where I'm at. So again, you can kind of see how things have come together. I need to go back a little bit further to show this a little bit better. So we will, as we look here over the past hour, so you can see how the axis from Baker County is really kind of merged into the axis there that was over in toward Clay County and extended a little bit into Bradford and now more of a linear formation. So it's a situation here that they're tracking this. Let me give you guys an update here on this. They're tracking the southeast at 30 miles an hour, though. The way I'm looking at this, I tell you what, as I put that into motion, that's something here that I think, even though, you see southeast, maybe you think it's going to go more like this. I think the way this is forming back, we're going to get it pretty good here, and not, in a great way, but in a heavy way, in an impactful way here around Stark over the next little bit as we're looking at the overall situation. So I'm seeing things come together with the meteorology here. I know we don't have a formal, a slight risk in play today. It's a marginal risk, not a formal watch, but we have a warning, and that's all that matters right now here as we're in summertime. We have that boundary in play. We don't have, something that's enough to maybe turn the logo red, but it still could be impactful in a neighborhood. And that neighborhood could end up being, yours here in Bradford County or in Clay or Baker or Union. A little more, isolated with the overall percentages and just the overall risk zone today in terms of the probability. I mean, it's not, something where we're indicating a 2 out of 5 risk today. We're indicating a 1 out of 5 risk, but still, that can be problematic for folks. We see it every day in summertime almost with storms being a problem, and some of those days are not even in a marginal risk. So got to take this seriously here As we're looking at things toward parts of Bradford County right now, as I'm updating you, just giving you guys the very latest here. I take the warnings information off for a moment. You'll be able to see here just all this lightning in here, all this electrical energy, all these within the past 15 minutes or so. As we're looking also toward Clay County here, and we have this yellow box again. Let me throw that back up here on the screen. As we're updating you here again, severe thunderstorm warning in play, damage and wind potential here as we're looking toward parts of Bradford County as well as parts of Union and Baker, though I think the Baker stuff is kind of, they're on the northern periphery now. You can see Clay County also in this warning here till 5:15. So we're just going to have to watch this carefully as we're seeing an eruption of storm activity here around north central and a little bit in the northeast Florida as well. I know it's kind of right on the delineation because a lot of folks call Bradford and Union north central, and then Baker and Clay are more northeast. But it doesn't really matter right now. We're just trying to keep you guys up to date here, and we have some storm acts in here that could be severe in toward this zone. Let's look at power outages so far. Hopefully there's not too many yet. There's not a whole bunch, but there's, a little bit here toward Baker and Clay as we look. I mean, we had that storm around Clay here for much of the hour. It just wasn't to severe limits, but now we're always seeing a more organized type of corridor here with the storm activity. You see 100 out in Baker so far, 900 out in Clay as we're looking at the overall scenario. So again, this is something we're monitoring carefully. Let me go to the other computer source here, see if there's any questions or comments from any of the viewers at home. Viewer talking about how this is near their house here. I know it's going to be, if this holds together, this act's going to be kind of getting near where I'm at too here, East Historic, just right on the fringe of the warning right now. We have Thomas watching as well. Just appreciate everybody tuning on in here as we're looking at things on this Thursday, the 30th day of July, 2026. Our second warning of the day, we had a warning this morning toward Flagler County. If you guys weren't aware, if you happen to not maybe be with me, because that was a really rogue situation there. This is a little bit more in line with the forecast. I mean, granted, we had a chance this morning too, but this is what, it makes more sense here generally this time of year and with the overall thought process here with the instability and things coming into play. I know we were getting up there. Our temperature here East Historic was 94. We're down to 77 already. So, seeing that fall some. Our wind speed so far today got up to 12 miles an hour, but that was this morning. So I saw things kind of breezy looking, but not even getting to 12 miles an hour on my wind gauge, about 7 feet up there. So not overwhelming yet, but we're not in the warning here. The worst is still off toward the north, off toward the northeast, off toward the northwest here. It's kind of an unusual movement here in some ways, but it is summertime, so you just kind of have to expect things here to be a little bit different sometimes with the frontal boundary in play too. So some different meteorological influences. I know the wind energy with the actual storm doesn't maybe look as intense, but it looks like we're kind of getting some wind to push off of it. Just it's really kind of muddied in here, but it looks like just some of these brighter colors here. Because if I were to click on these, which I'm kind of hesitating to do because these are probably going to go way high here, and I'm going to click on them, but I don't think these type of winds are occurring down toward the surface here because they're outside the warning, and that's on a boundary anyway. But it's just showing you the volatility going on right here in the region in terms of some of the overall storm activity. I mean, that wind theoretically could be possible more north in the polygon, though it's kind of, again, muddied here. Let's just look, though. As things come together meteorologically, I definitely just have to be very mindful here of the situation. As things are kind of sinking off, it looks more toward the south here in general. As we just keep putting things into motion here. Again, trying to update you the best I can. I know they're saying southeast of the movement, but I just have quite a bit going on. I know we may get a warning here further east in just a little bit as we're looking here south of Green Cove Springs. We'll just have to watch for that. But I know here in Bradford County, where I'm at, watching the situation carefully here. If we were to lose power, we have a backup system we can go to. Wouldn't be able to use this type of radar, but I have a system I can go to if we lose power. So as long as I have different ways to get internet. So as long as one of those works, I'll at least have a little bit of a stream. It won't be, very clear probably. It'd be, like how we used to do it here with a lower speed, but it would still be better than nothing here as we go ahead and give you guys the very latest information. So hopefully that didn't happen. But we just have to be aware here. And I mean, there's a chance they may go ahead and drop this warning past 5:15 here because it's just, it's a tricky situation because this time of year things can happen even if it doesn't really look like it in the velocities here. And I don't want to let my guard down because we don't have warnings, just an overwhelming amount here in Bradford County. At least we haven't had them this much, or we haven't had them much here this summer. Some summers maybe more. We haven't had that many here in Bradford County this summer, though, as we're looking at things. So I just want to, take this seriously here as we're looking toward parts of Bradford, Union, Baker, Clay counties here till 5:15. We're getting more development here outside the warning, right around Stark, it looks like, right around Bradford Elementary School, as we're looking in there right now to the country club. I mean, we're right in this area here. I'm not hearing a whole bunch of rain at this moment, but it's probably, the next scan, may shift this around just a little bit. As I go ahead and look to the north, though, we're getting some of the storm action here in Lodi and parts of Bradford counties, northern side here around Lodi Elementary School. So again, I see it, some heavy storm activity for sure. As we're looking at the Doppler right now with a severe thunderstorm warning in place. So just trying to keep you updated the best I can here on the overall situation. Just being very mindful here of what we're dealing with. Just, whenever thunder roars, you want to go indoors here, obviously. Just, remember those lightning safety tips. If nothing else, I mean, even if it's not a severe storm in your area like we have potentially here in Bradford County, just lightning can strike miles away from a parent thunderstorm, a parent storm. So you got to be really mindful. But again, right now we have this yellow box here on the screen, a severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Union, Baker, Bradford, and Clay until 5:15. As we're looking here, the scans don't look that impressive on velocity. They were a little brighter a little while ago. It seems like we have some volatility. We may get some more development right here. You can already see it on reflectivity, but maybe more lightning and more wind energy developing around, Stark is, right here, Bradford Elementary School as we look in here, and just getting right there toward the Walmart area as we're looking at things here in the overall, overall picture. So, I mean, I'll just say you guys here, as we look, I mean, this is toward the Walmart area right here. You can see it on our satellite imagery here. And as I go ahead and put radar on, they're getting heavy downpour there right now. So again, Bradford Elementary School here, as we're looking, seeing, maybe a little bit of wind energy, but the worst of the wind energy is kind of with the volatility of the north. The warning here, I think we're seeing kind of maybe a decrease within that overall. I'll go ahead and go back to radar mode. Again, don't lay your guard down. But as I batten this up here, you see 212, and then we got into 240s, 250s, and we're down a little bit here in this corridor. Granted, I'm kind of having the way it's shaped, the way this is oriented. I think just within the box, though, it's really dropped a little bit more in terms of the percentage and what I'm kind of indicating there, just based on, eyeballing it here really as I'm kind of going back and forth here with the different scans. So let me go ahead and check here some more information. I see Top Cat Watson. Appreciate you tuning on in. Again, we have a severe thunderstorm warning right now to 5:15 for parts of Bradford, Union, Baker, and Clay counties. So parts of Bradford, Union, Baker, and Clay County, the severe thunderstorm warning in effect. Just being very mindful here of the situation, looking to see. I'm just making sure, we're going to all of our different sources. And I know we're on YouTube. Just want to make sure just triple checking since this is right here in Bradford County. I want to make sure folks are able to see this, like on Facebook as well. It looks like everything's good to go over there. So I just appreciate everybody tuning on in now as we monitor the situation here. Marginal risk day, but this can happen here as we give you guys the very latest. So again, not seeing an overwhelming wind signature in here right now. We have a little bit, maybe almost more intense one here, south side of Green Cove Springs, outside of the warning. But let's go to the Vedasta radar for a second opinion, because sometimes when you look higher up, it can say some different things, different elements here. And you can kind of see that it's not really showing a whole bunch from that, to be honest. But you never know here in this pattern as we watch things very carefully. They have updated the warning now. So, okay, we just got an update. Still includes a little Bradford and then the Clay now. They're kind of focusing on this corridor here, right around Kingsley Lake Camp Landing area. Okay, so let me go ahead and get the update in from them here. It's mainly for Clay, just a little small sliver of Bradford, a little small sliver of Bradford in this now. His heat advisory is still in play too, but it's going off towards some of the different zones. But let me go ahead and see what they're having to say here with this update. Okay, so they just sent this on out. The Weather Service in Jacksonville. A severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 5:15 p.m. Eastern Time for eastern Bradford and west central Clay counties. At 5:03, a severe thunderstorm was located near Stark, in that vicinity, but really more so near Camp Landing. Moving southeast at 30 miles an hour, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts possible. The main threat is more around Kingsley, Camp Landing, and Penny Farms than around Stark, because the worst, really, it's not too far from Stark, but if you measure that out in miles, it's about 7 miles northeast of town here, where the absolute, apex of this would seem to be. So, again, just continuing to give you guys the very latest here on the situation. Just updating you here with this severe thunderstorm warning. As we're keeping you guys safe here, just keeping you guys informed. Just trying to be here for you the best we can with the overall situation that we're dealing with right now. So, just looking through some different things here behind the scenes. Again, severe thunderstorm warning remaining in effect here till 5:15 for parts of Bradford and Clay counties. Hearing some thunder where I'm at here east of Stark. Definitely, even if you're not into the warning, here in Bradford further back, we're getting lightning around, and you don't want to take any chances here. You want to be inside. You want to be away from windows here with this lightning. Whenever thunder roars, go indoors. You don't need to be under a warning or even an advisory to, have that lightning involve, your area there. You could get struck. Your house could get struck. It could be a very dangerous situation, obviously. So, got to take that seriously here as we're looking at things. Again, right now, if we were to have maybe a burst of wind energy, it'd be closer to State Road 21 here, as we're updating you the best we can. So, again, just kind of updating you the best we can here. This will be closer to State Road 21 there with that burst of wind energy, as we're looking in northwestern Clay County. So, again, hearing some of those rumbles of thunder here. Let me see if we have any reports from the sheriff's office here in Bradford. County of any damage? Gonna check that. Traffic crash report here. Last little bit in town, but not sure if that's weather related. It was about 4:30. Not seeing anything right off the top, but again, just trying to keep you up to date here. See some strong storm acts in there as we get toward the west. Parts of Decatur County there and Grady County. Not quite the severe limits, but that's pretty strong looking there. As we're looking over this way, 49 miles an hour with the wind. That's kind of right on the edge of the viewing area there, but seeing something that could get a warning next little bit. Let's watch the trend on that. Yeah, I have a feeling that might get a warning for our friends, in Decatur and toward Gadsden here, maybe even Leon next little bit. We'll see as we go ahead and jump back on over here now. As we look at the different scans on the Doppler radar and the Doppler algorithms, I know, just looking here at some of this general movement. Again, seeing thunderstorm acts, and I'm a little surprised we don't have a new advisory coming into play here further back in North Stark, but I know the Weather Service concentrating on stuff, with the warning that's in play more so than anything right now here in the ward parts of Clay. It does include Penny Farms here. Granted, I think some of the worst of this is maybe, more right here, just on the periphery of that, but again, just trying to give you guys the very, up-to-date information here, the most up-to-date information. Let's just see here. I'm going to go back to some other scans. You can kind of see here. Again, that looks like that's going to get us a warning there in our western periphery. That's pretty impressive there toward Decatur County there. As we're looking, we have some viewers there on Bainbridge, so just watch that carefully. Let me switch the roads over there. That looks more impressive than what we're seeing closer to where I'm at. But, around, it looks like here, Stubbs Road, Barwick Road, 10-mile Steel Road. So, again, something to watch over there. Some lightning around Cairo there. You see a storm here north of Madison. Again, we have our warning activity further on over. As I go ahead and switch things back, you'll be able to see here with the velocity. Let's get the Jacksonville site back on and see some wind in here. I mean, we do have an advisory now for Stark, by the way. So let's see what they're saying for that here, the Weather Service in Jacksonville. Let me see what they have to say about this. Okay, so they sent this at, it looks like a few minutes ago, 5:07. Strong thunderstorms will impact Bradford, southeastern Baker, northwestern Putnam, eastern Union, and western Clay County through 6 p.m. At 5:07, Doppler radar is tracking a cluster of strong thunderstorms here in the region. They're saying near Rayford, and you can kind of see some of that up there. It's just kind of all over here, so don't want to just kind of, focus on one spot as the overall impact here. I mean, this is how they have to do it with the description, but the point is, start Keystone Heights, Rayford, Middleburg, Beasley, New River, Camp Landing, Kingsley, Sampson, and Lake Geneva involved here with this significant weather advisory until 6 p.m. So, again, some strong thunderstorms during that evening commute home from work here as we're looking at things on the Doppler scans right now. So, again, we have the warning here for a few moments. Let me see if they've sent out an update on that. Because they're probably, I wouldn't think they would extend that, but let me just look here. You never know in this setup with the overall meteorology. They don't have a, expiration statement out yet, but again, just continuing to give you the very latest here. Let me go ahead and see here some of these winds, in the vicinity of Bradford. Quite a bit of wind energy. They're not overwhelming, these winds, but some rain, storm acts in here as we're looking at the overall scenario. Let me see if there's any questions, comments, new ones here. I'm going to go to the other computer to check. I see AJ watching there on Tallahassee. Yes, some overcast skies. I don't know where that zone, but quiet there right now. So I know we'll be watching the trends over that way as we kind of look at things, as we kind of keep you guys up to date here on the situation. Again, just sitting back down here right now at the computer as we keep you guys informed here. Just going back and forth between some of our different sources. 5:12 p.m. here on this Thursday. Hearing that thunder for sure. Again, looking at our scans. Here we have that marginal risk here of severe weather today. You see all this heavy rainfall here. I mean, some of these rates to be pretty high, but let's just look at the totals so far. We'll go over to some of our different modes here. Parts of northern Bradford County here, picking up 2 inches. In the Clay County, 1.5 inches. We're at, I mean, it says a 1/2 inch. Let me see what we actually have on the rain gauge, though, because I don't think we've gotten that much. Yeah, we've only got, it looks like a little over 1/10 of an inch here. I know we have a viewer, Levi Watson, as well. Just appreciative, very tuning interest to me. But yeah, our rain gauge only has a little over 1/10 of an inch here. As I look at that, but we're down to 75 degrees. Let me zoom in to street level just a little closer here. We're not going to get really tight with all this, but just kind of giving you guys an idea here as we're looking. Some of these numbers are a little less. So as we see, I think some of the heaviest rain is kind of missed where I'm at, but we'll just continue to watch the trends. And last Saturday, it certainly didn't miss us. We got about 1.5 inches there in a short period. I mean, half the rain for the month fell Saturday night here. East of Stark wasn't something that we had a warning for, in the immediate vicinity or anything, but I still had some of that impact here being felt for sure. As we're looking, I know this warning here is probably going to be going away here in a few moments. Let's see what that action looks like up toward parts of southwest Georgia. That stuff around Bainbridge looks pretty impressive here. Southwest side of town, kind of moving out of town. In some ways here as we're looking around Horseshoe Bend Road. This is that looks like a little burst of wind energy to me. As we're kind of looking, this is headed toward Quincy, it looks like. Toward Gadsden County and the Florida Big Bend over the next little bit. I know that arrow might not be the best one that I, could draw there, but we'll try again, I guess, with this. Let me just, just kind of giving you the overall idea here with some of this movement. So, just continuing to keep you guys updated here. Warning going away at 5:15. There it goes. We do have a lot of lightning in here, though. Right as we get back into street level over here, we're going to look around Barnes Road, Treat Road, Harris Road, State Road 21. Again, definitely seeing some of that wind energy in here. Honestly, let's just kind of look at this again here over the last few moments. It looks like it's holding its own compared to when we, had that warning here. Honestly, it looks like, right around Griffiths Loop in Clay County and State Road 21. It looks like Shands Road may have a little bit, of that wind energy in play here. I mean, it's kind of broad in nature, so I don't know if it would really add together here like that. But again, I'm just trying to keep you guys up to date. We don't have any formal warnings now. In theory, I could wrap it, but we're only 15 minutes out, 14 minutes out from showtime at this point. I think with this thunderstorm around dark, we're just going to hold here, and the show will be a little bit different here, that we're just going to kind of go through some stuff, with the, forecast here and there, because I wouldn't be surprised if we get another warning as we look back out toward the west, to be completely honest with you, as we're looking here towards some of these different zones. I mean, again, what I'm seeing around here looks like I might get a warning as we're looking, into parts of Decatur County. So, hate to wrap it and then have to come right back here, and then we're, it's already showtime anyway, and might as well stick with this here, because we're right there. We're getting up against showtime as we look at the overall situation. I know, just with the overall trends here, we're going to be watching things. We're going to be, updating you the best we can. So let me go ahead and remind you guys of the coverage area here. I know I'm in Bradford County. We're watching things pretty 38 counties here as we're looking at the overall scenario. Just being mindful of things here the best I can. Just staying tuned here as things do evolve for sure. You can hear some of those rumbles of thunder potentially in my mic there as we kind of see the overall situation evolve. Again, just seeing the different trends here, the different trend lines for sure. And I'm just going between everything here. It's just all about keeping you up to date. All about keeping you up to date here on this Thursday. I know the days, it's hard to figure out what day it is sometimes because I've been so busy, whether it's over the weekday or weekend, especially more toward the weekends here. But we have a, wet pattern still that I'm going to go ahead and see that 7-day with now. So let me go ahead and go over here to our other source. Go ahead and see that 7-day forecast. You can kind of see here, it's going to stay wet here, unfortunately, as we look ahead in the timeline. You see all those clouds and the lightning here. Just whenever thunder roars, you want to go indoors here for sure. I mean, it's not going to be continuous like this. It makes it look kind of, but, we're hearing some of that rumbling right now here around Stark. So, got to be very mindful here of the situation as we're updating you the best we can. I know we have these significant weather advisories. A level below a severe thunderstorm warning right now towards Stark. Again, we had the warning in play. They dropped it, weather service. We didn't quite see enough with the wind energy to saw flashes of lightning in the corner of my eye, though. So, but about to hear thunder here as we kind of wait for that. Not quite as close as maybe thought it would be, but there you go. You can kind of hear it now, but if you can't listen real close to my mic, possibly. But okay, we just got a new warning. We dropped the one warning, but now we got a new warning. So let's go ahead and see what the details are on this as we're updating you. So I'm going to go ahead and check that here. Just look down. I actually got my alert on my phone, from the app here, my Cloud Weather app, literally right before I saw it pop up on the graphic computer source. So it's kind of interesting, haven't, been watching exactly close like that here before, but actually under the warning where I'm at, but just barely it looks like now. So let me go ahead and give you the details and particulars on that here. That's why you want to download the Cloud Weather app, because you can get those alerts here instantaneously. I mean, even before sometimes it'll pop up in the graphics source or the radar source. So again, this is a new warning now until 6 p.m. for parts of Bradford, Alachua, Clay, and Putnam here. So the information from the Weather Service is, as I go ahead and kind of update you here on things, the National Weather Service in Jacksonville has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Bradford, northeastern Alachua, northwestern Putnam, and southwestern Clay counties here until 6 p.m. At 5:18, a severe thunderstorm was located near Stark, moving southeast at 15 miles an hour. 60-mile-an-hour wind gust to hazard. Stark, Keystone Heights, Melrose, Georges Lake, Lake Geneva, Florhome, Waldo, Hampton, and Putnam Hall. So a new warning now to 6 p.m. The warning, we had the one go away here, and now an area here kind of on the periphery is taking hold a little bit here with the overall hazard, it seems like, of some of those damaging wind gusts. So you can kind of see the situation here as we look. Right here, some of these winds, potentially maybe we are getting kind of this, even though we see these winds kind of a little apart, these numbers do add up to 60. So, some of that potential is in there possibly as we're looking. Again, severe thunderstorm warning from, Bradford Elementary School and the country club here. As we just look at the polygon here and look at the different addresses and roads in this here that some of them are just barely in it here, including me. As we go ahead and look here, as we look at the overall situation, you can kind of see here some of this lightning, though, more on Hampton. That's where you're getting some of the worst of this. Navarre Avenue there, as we look, Hampton Avenue. So just kind of interesting how things will go around some areas because we've kind of been on the edge, just barely out of one warning, just barely in one. We haven't got too much east to Stark. Some lightning here and there's almost a thunder still being inside, of course, but not an overwhelming situation, not even that much rain here where I'm at. Here just east of Stark, but you can kind of see here around from Bradford Elementary School, again, Southeast 21st Street, Hampton Avenue, Spruce Street, Pine Street, Navarre Avenue, Webb Lane, Volkswagen Drive, Temple Avenue, Prospect Avenue, Southeast 50th Avenue here, Southeast 51st Avenue, as we're looking at things, Southeast 33rd Avenue, Southeast 23rd Avenue, Theresa. You see, on Keystone Airport, you're in this warning here. As we get all the way down, you have in here areas there around Keystone Heights, the Park of the Palms, the Keystone RV Resort. You're in this warning. Lake Geneva's in this warning. We also have, all the way to Putnam Hall, Georges Lake. But another area I want to see you guys is Melrose. You're in this warning here as where the four counties come together. All four counties, parts of all four counties under this warning now with this new polygon that just came on out. Parts of Bradford and Alachua and Clay and Putnam here till 6 p.m. So again, we want to go ahead and take precautions here as we're looking at things. The National Weather Service in Jacksonville has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Bradford County, northeastern Alachua County, northwestern Putnam County, as well as southwestern Clay County here toward northern Florida. Goes into effect here until 6 p.m. At 5:18, a severe thunderstorm was located near Stark, moving southeast at 15 miles an hour. Stark, Keystone Heights, Melrose, Georges Lake, Lake Geneva, Florhome, Waldo, Hampton, Putnam Hall. You're all under this warning here. Waldo's just barely in it, but still a lot of storm activity in the vicinity here for sure. And we have a new warning. Let me check on this to the west of that area I was warning you guys about off toward Decatur County there. So that goes to 6:15 now out toward, South Jordan and the Big Bend. Decatur County and Georgia, Gadsden there in Florida under that. Let me read that warning off from the Weather Service in Tallahassee there. As we keep you guys up to date. We keep you informed here on the latest developments. The National Weather Service also has this for parts of Grady County. Just a little sliver there if you look real close till 6:15. But so at 5:19, the severe thunderstorm was located 8 miles south of Bainbridge there, moving southeast at 25 miles an hour. Quincy, Havana, Gretna, Attapulgis, Fremont, as well as Lippman, Darcy, Florence, Concord, Scotland, Jameson, Faceville, Lancaster, Santa Clara, Sadie Rest, Fowlestown, as well as Amsterdam, Quincy Airport, Branchville, and Henson. So again, just trying to keep you guys up to date here on the overall situation. So you see parts of Decatur County. That looks honestly more impressive than what we're seeing here in Radford County because you see some of these winds here actually get, on the periphery or in it up to about severe limits. And that's not that far from the radar either. That might be something that Tallahassee will eventually have to watch here based on the way that's angling off. Let's see here. Because I can go ahead and extend the box if I do that here. And I'll go to now mode. I mean, you kind of see how it's tracking toward Tallahassee eventually, potentially, if that holds together. So that's a heads up there. But Decatur, Grady, Gadsden, go ahead and take your severe thunderstorm precautions. I see, some of the alerts out. One, we've been talking about coming on the board here in the last few moments, but then let's get out toward our area here where we're at. I mean, right in this vicinity. This is what we've been talking about the last little bit here, the storm axis here toward north central and northeast Florida. as we're seeing this heavy rain. This is a lot of rainfall in here. This is when people are headed home from work from Gainesville. I mean, my mom did it for years, heading home from Gainesville up to Stark, and people, like her, she's retired now, but, getting back, in toward this here, as they're headed on home. They're getting in toward this storm activity that's pretty nasty in nature here, as we're looking at things, as we're tracking things here. Waldo Road and over 301 there. We're getting right into this here as we're looking at the overall situation. Highway 301's just getting hammered with, downpours that are reducing visibility right when people are headed home from work. Right when they're headed home from work, they're getting caught in a, downpour for miles here. I mean, whether it's severe or not, it doesn't really matter. This is a really nasty, storm just for people headed home from work here as we're looking. I mean, literally, this is when a lot of people would be making it up there, from Gainesville in toward Waldo and in toward Hampton that are headed back to Stark here after working today in Gainesville here. They'd be getting caught, and they are getting caught, in this, no doubt here, as we're looking at things. So, again, just trying to keep you guys up to date on the overall situation here. It's 5:26 p.m. I know she'd always get home here around like 5:35 or so, give or take, when she was working there, a little ways back. But as we go ahead and just try to keep you up to date here on the overall situation. I know it hadn't been too long since she was working, but as we go ahead and look here at the overall mapping here, we're trying to keep you up to date. So you can see Navarre Avenue, Hampton Avenue there. This is about the time when people will be getting through Hampton here, and they're getting caught in this along 301 with the heavy rainfall here as we're tracking things the best we can. Right through Hampton, some very heavy rainfall here. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect. We have this warning back out west. See all this wind here. Parts of Decatur, parts of Gadsden, parts of Grady. I mean, this is a little bit of Grady, but this is a nasty storm over there too. But maybe even more nasty. But this one's impacting people as they're headed home from work there. They left Gainesville, and maybe, I'll back it up a little. We did have some stuff in the vicinity, and they thought maybe it's clearing out, and instead they're getting caught as they're headed up Waldo Road. They're getting caught in a heavy, heavy thunderstorm, maybe having to pull off here. I mean, some people, might have their flashers on even as it's just the reduced visibility out there. I know some different laws, say, maybe not to do that sometimes, but it's a situation here where this is definitely a scenario here where this is just a very heavy downpour here. As we're looking all the way up 301 into Stark right now, it is reducing visibility, a big amount. So let me go ahead and see if we have any more questions, comments here. Just appreciate everybody tuning on in. Just appreciate everybody trusting me. Okay, so that wind energy, seeing some of these areas, they're not overwhelming. That's why I'm not, really getting down to street level and all this. But the thing of, there is some wind in here. And, maybe some right around the RV resort. I tell you what, that's about the last place you want, any wind signal. Granted, it's not overwhelming, but, that's not exactly where you want some stronger winds there as we're looking at things. I'll see you guys. If you guys aren't familiar with this area here, I mean, some of you watching I'm sure are, and some of you aren't. So let me just kind of see here. I can show this to you on the topography. When I was getting this set up, I added this location. You can actually see it's growing and growing here. Just all these RVs out here in toward this area. And this, map's a little behind probably just because, I mean, it's still pretty up to date, to be honest, because this set wasn't here, that many years ago. But it's growing and growing even more now. I mean, you can kind of see maybe where they were adding to that. And we have the storm accent right over them right now there toward that zone as we're looking at things. So again, the severe thunderstorm warning in effect till 6 p.m. Parts of Bradford, Clay, a lot to Putnam counties here, a lot of lightning in here, all through 100. I mean, some people, maybe headed, and let's not forget about you guys. I mean, granted, you might have already kind of been caught in this a little bit quicker, but, it's not quite as far of a trip from Keystone to Stark or vice versa, but Keystone to Stark traveling or vice versa, getting caught in this as well. Whether it's severe or not, a heavy downpour could lead to vehicle accidents. We already had one around 4:30, and I don't know if that was weather related or not, because that was in Stark. Let me go back a full hour. Yeah, it could have been with that. Let me see. Not really sure. This is from an hour ago, but I'll go back to the current so I don't confuse anybody. I'm going to check some more information. Just checking the latest here. Keeping you up to date. It was around 4:16. So I don't know if it's quite when the storm was in here around Water Street in town, but the other two are not weather related, I don't think, here in the incidents currently. So we're going to keep checking that. Let me check power outages here. I'm going to check power outages. So we have a handful here. Bradford, Union, Baker, Clay's outages look like they've been, dealt with here on that map. Let's check the other mode of this with the county power outage total. That's percentage. Let's check this way. It's only showing an outage toward Baker right now, just 100. So that's good. I mean, so far with all this lightning now, granted, I don't think this tracks the city of Stark. I have to check this a different way here as we're looking at things. Have to check this a different way. So let me see what people are saying here on social media, things along those lines. Let me see if we have any reports of that. Just bear with me here. Just a one-man band, but again, we started off with a warning for Baker, Bradford, Clay, and Union, but of course, now on for some more of the warning activities. So again, just looking here. Just gonna check to see if we're getting any information on in. Just checking some different sources of mine to see if we have any power outages in town. Won't see anything right off, but it's not out of the question. Just checking here. I want to make sure I have the information right on that. Let me see if we have any more questions, comments. I'll go back over to that computer source here for a moment. See Danielle watching here. I know we're in our 5:30 time slot right now, but we're in severe weather coverage. We had that one warning we jumped in, but now we've got 2 more warnings issued since that one. We had for a few moments there no warnings in play, but we, as we do have, it looks like 24 viewers watching right now. So appreciate everybody tuning on in. But let me go ahead and you can kind of see the lightning here as we're looking at things toward parts of Bradford and Clay. Just heavy, amounts of rain and lightning. If nothing else, here as we're looking, severe thunderstorm warning in play here. Not an overwhelming signal on the Doppler and the velocity, but you just never know here as people headed home from work, things along those lines. And then we're going to go back to the west, though, because this is probably more impressive here with the velocity. We're seeing 63 miles an hour here in towards southern Decatur County. Severe thunderstorm warning over here. I know we're in Bradford. That's why I've been talking more about Bradford in general. But this may be the more, damage and type of storm here, more impressive within the algorithms. I mean, obviously, if it was a situation like we would have in the spring or the fall, maybe, where we have a tornado warning, we would stick with that more so. But since we're in Bradford, kind of sticking more with Bradford, but we'll be, bouncing back and forth the best we can here with this right now. These are just severe thunderstorm warnings, but they can still be very dangerous, obviously. And the last update on this severe thunderstorm warning from the Tallahassee office was they're indicating the severe thunderstorm located 8 miles south of Bainbridge, moving southeast at 25 miles an hour. Quincy, Havana, Gretna, Attapulgis, Fremont, Lippman, Dorsey, Florence, Concord, Scotland, Jameson, Faceville, Lancaster, Santa Clara, Shady Rest, Fowlestown, Amsterdam, Quincy Airport, Brantsville, and Hinton under this. So this is moving southeast at 25 miles an hour. A severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Decatur and Grady and Gadsden here until 6:15. Seeing a lot of wind energy in here as we're looking at things. I know heavy rainfall, is occurring here with this storm. It may lead to some flash flooding, so do not drive your vehicle through flooded roadways. That is for sure as we're looking at things. 61 miles an hour, though, showing up. This is, I don't remember anything like this yesterday, even on our velocities. This impressive here out towards southern Georgia, moving in toward the Big Bend here. I know we'll get back to our area. I mean, these are both our areas, but I don't want to confuse anybody. But I'm right where I'm at. It's been under a warning, is what I'm saying. My specific area where I'm at right now. But this is the more impressive storm. I feel like when I'm talking about one, some folks, want me to talk about the other and vice versa here. But we'll do our best here as we kind of go back and forth between the two spots. You can see toward Quincy Highway, though, seeing some stronger winds, potentially 61 miles an hour there as we're looking at things, as we're watching things there move out of Decatur County there in toward Gadsden County. So this is, of note here for sure as we're looking at things. That burst of wind, that's more concentrated, honestly, and that could end up heading toward Tallahassee here ultimately. So it's just kind of, maybe it won't hold together, but this seems like in this frontal boundary environment, with that being part of the story, this has a better chance than normal of holding together here as we're looking at things. There's no watch in play today. There's a lower risk of severe weather, but, we could end up having some of these winds come right into Tallahassee here. I know, folks at FSU and just FAMU, Tallahassee State College could be impacted here. In fact, let me do a track on this. This is a lot more defined than I can't hardly do a track on what we're tracking and watching further back here because it's so muddied and just a lot going on. This is a lot more definitive here on the Doppler, more impressive, not in a good way in terms of being, clearer to see. They're moving southeast at 25 miles an hour, though. So let's go ahead and do a storm track on this to see how long it could be until this gets toward Tallahassee there as we're watching the overall situation. So you see here, that's, around 6:25 or so, because I have it set for 25 with the storm velocity in here. So, right before 6:30, maybe getting into Tallahassee. Some of the northwest areas, maybe even a little bit quicker than that. So we'll just have to watch that carefully there toward Leon County. But, and then where it is right now, Gadsden, Decatur, and Grady with the warning. But back here toward Bradford, Clay, you have little signals in here around Waldo, and you can see Alachua and Putnam till 6 p.m. I'm not seeing like much in the way of rotation at all. This is trying to indicate a small chance of that because that BTI is technically it's the Barron Tornado Index, a 1 to 10 on the scale, the chance of a tornado at 2.5, still pretty low, but, for it to even be showing anything above a 1 there, there's a little bit of wind enhancement, but that's probably about the extent of it. So just got to be careful, though, obviously, as we're looking at the overall situation. As we go ahead and look here, you see some of these areas here, we're already clearing out, so they'll probably trim this back soon. Stark Country Club, didn't want to get my train where I'm at. I'm technically in this warning just barely, but haven't got too much rain. We were almost in the other warning as well that we had earlier on. But Bradford Elementary School, you can see all this lightning here down toward Hampton and Navarre Avenue. They're getting, really, impacted quite a bit here with the storm activity. So let's see how much rain in that area over the last little bit. We'll go to 3-hour accumulation. It's not showing a whole bunch yet, but it's still adding in. An inch, but probably getting more like 2 inches here very soon as this updates. Some of these areas here in the western Clay already over 2 though, and some of that in less than 3 hours here, really, as we're keeping you guys up to date. So, seeing some of this wind get down into toward parts of Alachua County there, with the overall scenario down there, Orange Heights, the Campville, Keystone Heights. There's some wind energy right around State Road 100 right now, right around Park of the Palms now, as we're looking here. Not overwhelming, 32 miles an hour, so went up on velocity, but There's a warning on play. It could be a little stronger than that. This is just very heavy rain, though. Right around the RV resort there, very heavy rain there. Southeast 11th Avenue in here. As we're looking, Southeast 10th Avenue, Southeast 2nd Place. You have Gasline Road there. Some of the different neighborhoods in here. Piedmont Street, Notre Dame Street, Princeton Street, Purdue Street. I guess some of the different, the way they named that, going by some of the different universities here as we're looking into ward parts of Clay County around the Keystone Heights area. But again, looking here at the overall scenario, watching things here, very heavy, rainfall for sure in here, and some wind energy a little bit showing up on velocity. I mean, it could be a little underdone here as we're looking, but it's not an overwhelming signal. I mean, the other signal toward southwest Georgia, it's bordering, on being significant. I don't want to say overwhelming because this is not a hurricane or anything like that, but it's bordering on being significant. The storm acting out there south of Bainbridge, moving toward Gadsden County. This here is still impactful, but it doesn't look significant, quote unquote. I mean, we had a warning earlier in the Panhandle West of area that had a 70-mile-an-hour warning, tag on it at one point, a considerable tag. And we might be, let me see if they've added anything like that around the Tallahassee office yet for this one. Not the one you're seeing, but the one I'm talking about out toward the west. They haven't yet, but they may go 70 on that one as we look here next little bit. But this is just very, very, very heavy rain here. Right around the rest of the Keystone RV Resort here. Right there, Hampton Beach is starting to slack off, and right in Hampton proper around Division Avenue, it's starting to slack off just a little bit here now. You still could have some lightning threats there on Division Avenue there and Prospect Avenue. But, some of the worst of this is getting down more towards Southeast 33rd Avenue and points southeastward, around the rest of their Airport Road. And, around the Keystone Airport as we're looking at things in toward that vicinity. And, Keystone RV Resort there as we're updating it the best we can. Park of the Palms. And just updating. Let me put our other mode on for a minute. A little bit of a flood risk even. So I was just going to show this for the topography, but it's actually showing now with all that heavy rain in here, a little bit of a flood risk around the Keystone Airport. May end up getting a few inches of rain based on what this is showing now. This is a product from Barron here, the graphics company, a proprietary product, and it's showing now a flood risk here. We've had all this, drought now. Maybe, there's so much rain in here from Theresa over to or Keystone Airport. We could have a, heightened flood risk here over the next little bit. At least probably a flood advisory type situation as we're looking here. So, again, looking at that, let me see what other button can I use to just turn everything off here. We'll go day 3, and there's no severe risk yet. I just want to see kind of where we're looking. So there's the RV resort, but you're looking at the topography in here. I'm just looking at this to kind of, technically I can just double click on something and get it to mess up here, and then we'll take it off here and do it this way. That might just be the better way to do this with the topography as we're looking. So I just wanted to kind of look in here, as we're looking at some of the different areas. This is how it looks from above here, them being impacted. So, the airport's right in here is what I wanted to show as well. I need to put that in here as a place in our system. But they're getting heavy rain. I mean, you see airport roads in here, but actual delineation probably wouldn't be a bad idea here, like I do for the have already in here for the RV resort. So again, you're seeing here that the airport, getting into this, and let's check here some of the information. I know, looking at some of our temperatures toward Bradford County, down in the mid-70s now. So, yeah, really phony. So 99 in Folkestone, we still have a heat advisory in play. But let's put our warning back up. That's why we're here, really covering this intently as we're updating the best we can. I know right over Keystone, right there over the Keystone RV Resort and the airport and Park of the Palms, Keystone Heights, a very heavy rainfall scenario, a gully washer here for sure. As I've talked about, if this, this is so heavy of rain. Some of the models have been kind of painting this picture here a little bit, and some of that for yesterday too, and it didn't verify as much as it could have. But if this, were to sit over an area for the whole time frame, which it won't, but let's see, what are these showing? 7.2. I wouldn't be, surprised if we get half of that in an area in an hour down in here. That could be 3.5 inches in an hour, which is significant. So again, we could end up getting 3.5 inches in an hour down here. down over Keystone RV Resort, Park of the Palms, Keystone Heights. That's significant. That can, start to cause some flooding. We didn't really have that too much around Stark here. Let's go back on some of our hydro mode. As we're looking, it kind of, Laurie area to the north had it, some Highland more so. And this is, say, 3 hours because really it's even less than that. But, 2 inches up there. But right here south of Laurie, only a third of an inch in Stark. Not that much. But toward the south here, we've had this already cluster here right around the RV resort. Right around the airport, 2 inches, a little over 2 inches. Park of the Palms, 2 inches here. As we're updating you the best we can. So it's a lot of rain. This is a lot of rain here. Very heavy rain. Let's go past 30 minutes. And we'll take some of our skits off. But so it's our, track information in terms of just the algorithms. But see how heavy the rain's been here, just minute by minute here since about 5:25, 20 minutes of just a downpour there around the Keystone RV Resort now. As we're looking, that's in southeast Bradford County, even though most of Keystone's in Clay County, the airport and the RV resort are in Bradford County. So, again, just keeping you guys up to date here as we're looking at things overall. So, that's where it is on the broad brush. But let me see if there are more questions, comments here. Just appreciate everybody tuning in, trusting me. Appreciate everybody's viewership here on this Thursday, the 30th day of July 2026. Again, this is just some very heavy rain here. Let's go to that flash flood product again. Our flood risk product showing a high risk of at least some flooding. This says maybe even flash flooding, but we haven't had a lot of rain in a while. This is so heavy, it may be some flash flood in here. I mean, remember when we had a few years ago toward Stark here to middle school, we had about 5 inches of rain around Stark, and short period of time in the middle school had that flooding. Could be that type of rainfall toward Keystone Heights here that we're seeing right now and towards southwestern Clay County. The Bradford Middle School had that flooding a few years ago. So, we didn't even have a flash flood warning or anything. This could get us a flood warning even, I would think. Maybe a flash flood warning might be needed eventually down here, even though it's been so dry. Based on that flood risk product, let's see anybody else have anything like that. As we kind of look at the scans, and we have this warning back out here. Let me just say this again, because this is very strong wind. Normally we'd be hitting this home really hard if it wasn't for what we're seeing toward the east there. But let's look at this for a moment. Salem Road, 57 miles an hour around Jameson there. As we're looking, you see our high DBZ values. I'm just definitely watching the scenario here. Again, my descriptions on my video talk about one warning, but we ended up having multiple. So, not trying to confuse you here. This is how things go sometimes. The meteorology things come into play. And we have a warning still in north central Florida, but we have this warning too out toward north of Tallahassee. Again, the radar is showing severe winds, clearly. That can cause quite a bit of damage, power outages around Havana and Gadsden County. I mean, this is an impressive signal here on the Doppler scan. I know we kind of waited a little longer to get some of this in here too with the storm activity. So it's a situation where we were able to destabilize some more in spots. I mean, Flagler didn't wait, but most of our area waited here. As I'm looking at our different modes here, you can just definitely see this wind in here, Tallahassee Highway, just into Georgia there, and see all this wind though. This is just impressive, and this is tracking on down here to the south and the east. You need to be very mindful around Tallahassee over the next little bit. Let's get back to the storm further east here. Okay, did they drop the warning itself here? They may have, which, let me see here what they're saying with the severe thunderstorm warning. Couple things. First off, Tallahassee's continuing to warn in west for 60-mile-an-hour winds near Havana, that community in Gadsden County. But then the Jacksonville office, 547, they said they're canceling the warning. The storm weakened below severe limits. no longer poses an immediate threat to life or property. Therefore, the warning has been canceled, but gusty winds and heavy rain possible. The thunderstorm, and I would say heavy rain. That is, if this is like right over Jacksonville, it would be necessary because of the urban nature of things with the concrete and just all the pavement around it. Have to have a flash flood warning. Geography determines the need for flash flood warnings sometimes as we're looking here. And in this case, maybe not needing that right now. We do see some wind enhancement here, right on this periphery. And let's just be a little careful here. All of a sudden here, this is kind of, as the warning goes away here, we're seeing a little bit of it. So it was out of the warning anyway, but, just west of that warning, that's part of the reason maybe that dropped, because this is picking up anyway. This may need a warning here pretty soon as we're looking at Monte Oca there to Waldo, because we're seeing maybe a burst of wind energy in here now. So as we're looking back off toward the west. So again, just trying to update. These are all significant weather advisories now in here, but a little bit of wind here as we're looking to the RV resort. Let me check our Keystone Heights wind gauge. I'm talking about the airport one. Still have a little bit of rotational parameters today, by the way. They look at my other source. We had a gust earlier at 41 at Keystone Heights Airport. And the current latest gust, 25 knots. Really reduced visibility there, but have a lot of instability and a little bit of rotational parameters. So we have to be careful. We don't have any formal tornado risk, but I'm not, saying we're going to have that really come into play, but I am seeing just a little bit with the overall pattern, even a little bit STP values showing up as a significant tornado parameters here as I'm looking between Tallahassee and Stark. They're not very high, but for this time of year, we don't generally get that. So that's why I'm at least mentioning that, just in case we do all of a sudden get a rotation to pick up here, and that could be kind of, just the ingredients, are showing that there's at least that small chance of that here. I'm seeing more of that today than I did yesterday for the STP and this supercell composite, but I was just going to look at here for the wind information, but did have a tropical storm force gust there toward Keystone Airport earlier in the hour. Let me see if there's any more questions, comments. Don't see anything right now, but just appreciate everybody tuning in, everybody trusting me here on this Thursday. Appreciate your viewership here as I try to keep you informed with the overall weather developments. Again, just trying to go through things here the best I can. Just trying to update you here the best I can. So again, sitting back down at the weather computer right now, the Barron computer source, and I'm going to go ahead and zoom here a little bit. See some lightning picking up around Brooker down in southwestern Bradford County now. And then you see all this lightning here, St. John's, Putnam, again, Clay, Union, Columbia. Of course, here in southern Bradford, we have this still, and we still have this warning back out west. So let's switch here. Need to talk about this a little bit more. It's still impressive. As we're looking here around Havana and the community of Hinson. It's 59, 53. Again, we started off talking about North Central Florida and Northeast Florida, but now we have had to switch back, toward the west here with this warning in play here, all this lightning. That's a lot of lightning in here, folks. I mean, just in the last 15 minutes in this small little frame here, we've had, 185 strikes. I zoom out just a little. We're over 300 in the last 15 minutes. So just a lot of wind in here. Salem Road and just that overall area there for sure being impacted. 60-mile-an-hour winds. Let's check power outages in here and to the north as well. You see to the north, we're seeing some of those indicators, 200 out indicator, 500 out in Grady. Kind of interesting to see Grady beat indicator because the worst of this generally with the severe warnings been to the west, but maybe some of that lightning causing an issue there indoor Grady. Now a warning for Tallahassee and the main FSU campus there till 6:45 that just came out from the Weather Service in Tallahassee. So we have a new severe thunderstorm warning now to 6:45 as we're watching things. Let's read that off from the Weather Service there as we're updating the best we can. So at 5:53, a severe thunderstorm located over Havana is moving southeast at 25 miles an hour. You have the warning for eastern Gaston and central Leon and the Big Bend of Florida till 6:45. Locations included, in the warning, they are Tallahassee, Tallahassee State College, Florida State University, Midway, Havana, Florida A&M, Doak Campbell Stadium, Lake Bradford, Gaither Community Center, Tallahassee Memorial Hospital, Florence Walker Ford Community Center, Jamison, South City, Griffin Heights, over toward Tallahassee Regional Airport, Tallahassee Airport, there, Governor Square Mall, Midtown there, Appalachian Ridge Estates, and Levy Park. So again, this is a severe thunderstorm warning for the Tallahassee Metro now until 6:45 p.m. As we're looking, of course, we started off with stuff toward the east. Now we're having to look stuff toward the west here with this convection. The severe thunderstorm warning in play here until 6:45 for Tallahassee. So let me put that out on Twitter/X so people can kind of know that, because that we're seeing that threat toward Tallahassee now, as I keep you guys up to date here on the scenario. So I'm going to go ahead and kind of share that here. Give me just a moment, just one-man band here, but all about trying to give you guys the very latest on the scenario. Just trying to update you. Going through all the different informational sources, and FSU just sent out an alert for this warning. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for the FSU Tallahassee campus. Stay inside. If caught outside, take shelter in a sturdy enclosed building. They're a hardtop automobile immediately. Now, they're worried about the lightning is why they're saying get into an automobile, but really you want to get in a sturdy building if you can. But the lightning, is a big threat. You have time there still to, get to a sturdy building away from windows there, as we're looking at the overall scenarios. Still got some time there. I told you about 6:30 is probably when it would arrive there in Wardtown. Maybe a little quicker than that, but somewhere in that time frame, as we're updating the best we can. So I'm just going to send out my coverage here, my feed, with another post about it. So a new severe thunderstorm. I'm doing this over on Twitter/X. A new severe thunderstorm warning includes Tallahassee. And when I do this, where I kind of, sometimes I kind of get specific here in my descriptions. Some days it works out really well. Sometimes we end up getting things to ramp up in other spots, and then, we have to kind of let people know in some ways. Some ways, on Facebook and on YouTube at this point, it's probably not going to reach many more people, but I want to make sure people are aware, like on Twitter, kind of seeing more of that organized, minute by minute feed. They're aware that a feed is now kind of talking about a storm in a different part of our 38 counties. So a new severe thunderstorm warning includes Tallahassee until 6:45 p.m. So that's what I'm going to put out there over on Twitter/X, the X platform there, the Twitter platform, as we're updating you. So a new severe thunderstorm warning includes Tallahassee until 6:45 p.m. Just trying to update you the best I can. Trying to be here for everybody. Normally we'd have our formal show here right now, but we're having to be on for severe coverage instead. So again, severe thunderstorm warning for Tallahassee, the main FSU campus here until 6:45 p.m. See all that wind in here around Havana, 58 miles an hour on Concord Road. Again, this is an impressive storm as we're looking at things, not in a good way. And let's do a formal storm track on this. So they're tracking this here, the Weather Service in Tallahassee. They're tracking this here southeast at 25 miles an hour. So southeast at 25 miles an hour. And so we're going to track that with them here with this wind, the edge of the wind, potential. So southeast at 25. So pretty quick really here. So zoom out just a little bit more here, trying to get an idea of what's going on with the overall scenario. You see, FSU around 6:10 or so. It's downtown Tallahassee, but at the same time. So just watching things very carefully here again. Doak Campbell Stadium and Tallahassee there just a little after 6:10 p.m. based on this. And then I'm going to change our rank size. And then we'll go down here to see some of the smaller communities. And you see Bellwood Estates in here in just the next few moments. Over toward Bridle Path Acres there. Doak Campbell Stadium there, again, is what we've been talking about. But, that's right FSU, of course, right on campus, on campus stadium. So when you see that, of course, that means FSU as well. As we're looking at things, Perkins there, Henrietta, 4 points. So again, just trying to update you here on the overall situation. I'm looking at some of our different sources here. You can see this as I take it down a notch on this. Just the overall situation in terms of the impact coming in the next 10 to 15 there. But let's get down to street level mapping with this. One thing you'll be able to see here, some of the heaviest rain still a little further back, but we have this wind. This is a, nasty stretch of wind coming in. It's going to be coming in right now in Harbinwood Estates, Bellwood Estates here soon, Oak Knoll Estates, even Bradfordville. I mean, you're kind of on the edge, but, don't want to let your guard down here. I mean, it's kind of, the worst, it's going to be close. I hate even drawing that line because this may go a little bit. We have a boundary in here, 2.0 it looks like, but we may end up seeing this go all the way across. That's why under the warning. That's why you gotta, the legendary meteorologist James Spander talking about. You just gotta respect the polygon here, and you definitely do need to around Bradfordville. I know this definitely could give you some pretty strong wind there. This is, of course, we're talking about Bradford County in North Central Florida, where I'm at earlier on. Now we're talking about Bradfordville there in Leon County in the Big Bend of Florida, a couple hours away from each other, but both having some severe concerns on this Thursday and within our viewing circle. I'll remind you guys of, just the geographic coverage here in terms of our viewing circle here, another source, and you'll kind of get the idea here of what we're talking about. I'm in Bradford County. We had that couple warnings here in play. And then Leon County now is where we're tracking a warning, including Bradfordville, the community, out toward the west and left of the map. Bradford County is toward the east here, in the map. So again, watching this scenario careful, and let me see what else we can kind of show you here. Let's go back to, Bradford County. We do have a flood advisory now over here. It looks like at least a flood advisory. Let me see. Okay, flood advisory is what they went with here. It does seem like it's picked up a little bit of movement here, maybe. I see a little bit of weak rotation on that, to be honest. Based on some of the parameters I was looking at, I don't, being this far from the radar here, a little bit of weak rotation, I would call that, more than just, we're so far on the radar, it'd be hard to say that for sure. But this is right near Gainesville Airport. This is Gainesville Airport right here, folks. And there's at least an advisory in play. May end up needing a severe thunderstorm warning with like a tornado possible tag or something here. Again, that's, I don't want to use that tornado word lightly like that. But I saw parameters on my other system, they were ramped up compared to what we've been seeing here, really most days the last couple months. So there's that small chance, I would say, of a quick weak spin up. But if nothing else, just some strong winds coming in, which are, equally dangerous in some cases. So again, as we're looking at things overall, I'm going to check my other radar source. I'm more used to looking at stuff like this on another source here. So let me check that behind the scenes real quick, because I don't want to lead you in the wrong direction. It may not look like much on a different color table. There's a little bit there, but let me check our Valdosta radar. La Crosse, some wind enhancement over there. So I may need a severe thunderstorm warning for northern Alachua. I know it's tricky. It seems like once we get a warning, it doesn't look as bad. And then when the warning goes away, things start ramping up. But that's how summertime can be. As we're looking at the overall scenario, it's not the funnest thing to have to, warn for and talk about here in terms of things that just ramp up, ramp down very rapidly. But Monteoka there, we're just seeing a little bit of that wind. It's coming right toward the airport there, Gainesville Airport. So, they're in the significant advisory here on Waldo Road. There's your airport right here, Gainesville Airport. As we're looking, we're getting it really, really, really tight here as we look. This is a view. I believe they have a parking garage over there, a new one. So this baby is a little behind, but never actually been there. But just, hearing in different reporting of that. But, at least a burst of wind energy may be headed toward that airport. Let's check. We're checking the other radars. Even Tampa radar shows it a little bit. We're having to look way up, so. Again, just be careful. There's a measurement station for wind there, so And it's pretty high up, so we'll get a reading on that soon. Let's look out here in southwestern St. Johns County around Hastings, some pretty strong winds. Maybe, gust to about 50 there. So, look at that flooded advisory. Let's look at that. That started to roll. I mean, we go away from this for a few minutes, and thankfully it seems like we had a good bit of movement here on this in the last few radar scans to dip this out of Keystone, areas, points north of there at least. Maybe in Keystone it's still coming down pretty hard, but it was kind of, let's see what our flash flood risk is now. I bet if it's updating quick, it may have come down. It's still showing it, but it's probably, that threat's overall coming down here a little bit there now. But our 3-hour rainfall estimates, you see 3 inches in some of these spots. I mean, pretty significant right there near the RV resort as we get right on in here. Some of these different spots. We're looking right there near different areas here, like this. I'm trying to think of a different name for it, but the dump there, right, is right across from the RV resort. Is trying to come up with a different name for that, but again, that's getting into the rain as well. The heavier totals over the last little bit, as we're looking at things here. You see southern Bradford here, southwest County Road 231, seeing some heavy rain, some lightning. Maybe a little bit of hail mixed in here at points. It'll be small in nature. Let's check power outages. Not showing any here for Bradford. Granted, it could be a few in there, but, just a handful. A lot to there. 300, 100 for Clay, 500 there for Columbia. Of course, our focus has to be now more to the west, though, at this morning, coming right into toward Tallahassee. We'll start pulling up some traffic cameras here as necessary. It's just a one-man band, but I will try to go over to the computer source and do that here in a little bit. But Harbinwood Estates, Bellwood Estates, starting to get into some of the stronger wind here, coming right into town. Let's check power outages over there over the last little bit more so. I mean, just to remind you guys, I mean, it could be worse compared to what I've seen on radar, but let me check here some different things. And these might look a little weaker, but it's just so close to the radar now. Let's check. But Austin's not really showing it too much, which is interesting. I have some advisories to the north, but again, watching this wind come on in here as we look at things. Severe thunderstorm warning for Tallahassee till 6:45. Had the heat advisory, the bigger story earlier, but just appreciate all the viewership here as we continue to cover things. Check and see if we have any questions, comments from anybody there at home. Just appreciate everybody watching here on this Thursday. It's back to school, kind of be the story here as we look ahead soon. But right now, we're watching this storm activity as we're looking towards some of these different counties here, our different zones. So just appreciate everybody watching. Let me go ahead and check some other sources. Checking over toward southern Clay and northern parts of Putnam and northern parts of Alachua and southern Bradford, just to see some stuff here. I know our rotation tracker is going wild with that around the Gainesville Airport on my other system. Let me get back to that then. It's so far from the radar. This one should show it too then. Let's see here. It's showing as well, just, east and north of the Gainesville Airport. It's showing some of that rotation. It's just so far away, it may just be a burst of wind energy in there. But again, just something here to take note of near Gainesville Airport. Because I have supercell composite. I have a, in the indice today, we have a 3 on that. don't really have the STP right over that area, but I mean, we have the, rotational parameter actually around. Don't normally get that much in summer. And then we have 2,500 to 3,000 joules per kilogram of surface-based CAPE. So, it's not completely impossible. We could get a quick week, a type of, I'm trying to think of the right word here, a spin-up tornado might be a little aggressive, but like a gustnado or something, a land spout, maybe not impossible there around Gainesville Airport right now. So again, just trying to keep updated. We're looking so high up, I wish we had a radar closer because we're having to look really high up with this. And sometimes the angle on the radar can play a role too, that sometimes we can have different types of contamination here. But let me see here. I mean, Tampa's kind of has some of that too, albeit really high up, but just checking something here. So right about here is where the apex of that would be. So right on the edge, we're so far up, I wouldn't rule it out. It's not displaced enough to just rule it out. It's right on the periphery here, and we're looking, at 4,000 feet up. So be curious to hear what, comes out toward Gainesville Airport there. But see a lot of lightning towards St. Johns County right now. On Hastings. Whenever thunder roars, go indoors. I mean, that applies, whether you're under a warning or anything. Just the lightning can strike miles away from a parent storm. Let's get back over toward Tallahassee. I mean, right now in this, it would seem to mainly just be one type of direction for the wind at least, but it looks stronger, than what we've been seeing over toward the east in general. So it just comes into town here. Coming toward the I-10 area there. We were looking at things. I mean, these are pretty low down. This is under 500 feet here, with this coming into toward Tallahassee, and this is a severe thunderstorm warning till 6:45. So. And trying to keep you up to date. Just looking through the latest details here. Tallahassee State College, Florida State University involved in this, Florida A&M, Doak Campbell Stadium, some of the areas involved with this warning, Tallahassee Memorial Hospital, Tallahassee Airport, Governor Square Mall, all involved in this severe thunderstorm warning till 6:45. So. And of course, in lieu of, we don't have the formal cell because we're in severe coverage, but there's a graphic I want to see here real quick. We'll go to it. I have to get it, finalized in a certain way here to be able to show this to you. But again, we'll see the covered area real quick to remind you guys of our 38 counties here real fast. But I do have a smoke graphic because you guys are probably wondering, like, why has it been a little hazy other than, just the clouds anyway? And have HRRR version as a forecast model for that. So just, I was working on that earlier on and, ended up, having to jump into severe coverage. So we're going to show this to you, though, as we're looking at the overall picture, the overall information here momentarily. Okay, so we're going to switch modes now and say that. So this is smoke, just upper levels per se, not really getting down too much to impact air quality, but it's been hazy other than the storms, in spots here. And we'll just go ahead and play this forward and you'll be able to see some of that's been kind of still hanging around as it's just kind of a different type of look here as we're looking at, wildfires way up in the country and, just going all the way across with a northwest flow pattern, kind of intriguing there. Some spots to our north, maybe a bigger deal, but still impacting here our area some with that. So I think that's kind of an intriguing look here at the overall scenario. But We got to get back to the severe thunderstorm warning right now, as we're updating the best we can. Again, looking here, so our lights flicker here on dark. I'm not exactly sure why, but because we're kind of way behind everything now. But did we get a rogue strike out behind? It can happen. I mean, you see some stuff out behind, but I don't know if that really happened. But while we're over here, let's just check some of these signals again on the Doppler. Again, that rotation looks a little weaker, but we're looking so high up. I see there's a new advisory. Let's see if they mentioned land spouts in that. They might have. Let me see. No, they always see those sometimes with the special weather statements. Let me see what we're getting at here. And they did. Okay, so here in this last little bit, they're talking about a 607, and I'm just seeing this for the first time on here, but they did put a land spout possible tag in there. At 607, Doppler radar is tracking a strong thunderstorm capable of producing a land spout near Gainesville Airport at 7 miles east of Gainesville, moving southeast there at 20 miles an hour. Land spouts, wind gusts to 45 to 55 miles an hour. Excessive cloudy ground, lightning, and pea-sized hail possible. Melrose, Hawthorne, Melrose Landing, Orange Heights, Gainesville Airport, Loch Loosa, and Grove Park here. So land spout possible tag on that here around Gainesville Airport. It's, a tornado in a way, but it's winds, that are really below that EF0 range of 65 to 85 miles an hour. So again, just trying to update you on that here as we're looking at all the different scans. So we've had some of that rotation now. We just got a warning, okay. So let me just make sure. I'm trying to check our radar angles here, but we just got a warning now. Severe thunderstorm warning till 7 p.m. So let's see what they're saying to the Weather Service. Okay, they put a tornado possible tag on it now. So, okay. So, severe thunderstorm warning for East Central Alachua County in northern Florida and West Central Putnam County until 7 p.m. At 6:15, a severe thunderstorm is located near Gainesville Airport or 7 miles east of Gainesville, moving southeast at 10 miles an hour. 60-mile-an-hour wind gust and penny-sized hail. Melrose, Orange Heights, Noonan's Lake, Rochelle, and Gainesville Airport. And in the text of this, they put, remain alert for a possible tornado. Tornadoes can develop quickly from severe thunderstorms. If you spot a tornado, go out once there and you hear around in our area, you want to go in a small central room. Don't really have basements around here, but you'd want to go into a small central room if we were to have a tornado with this. So just be very mindful of this scenario. There is not a tornado possible tag here on this severe thunderstorm warning, including Gainesville Airport. So again, just trying to update the best we can. Again, there's now a tornado possible tag from the Weather Service. That means in theory, you could have, if we had a tornado, we could have winds, of 65 to 85, maybe with an EF0 tornado or something like that in toward that area. So that's the information in here. Severe thunderstorm warning till 7 p.m. And that latest scan is just a bit tighter there, maybe. I mean, it's hard to say. I mean, maybe not. It's hard to tell there. I think, just the angle, I guess it's the same scan. It's just sometimes when you see the box goes under it, it makes it look a little different. So again, I'm just trying to keep you up to date. She just kind of went away on here compared to what it was showing a few minutes ago. But again, we'll just have to continue to be mindful here of the overall scenario here as we're looking. This is showing right. There could be enough pixel displacement. We're so close here. The Gainesville Airport, and it's so far from the radar that, it could be a little bit displaced one way or the other, closer to the airport even. So just got to be careful. I mean, you certainly would not want to probably have a plane taken off in this type of weather right now or landing in there around Gainesville Airport with these type of conditions in place. So, with some type of wind, signal there on the Doppler. Again, just trying to keep you up to date. We have the warning toward Tallahassee. And that's, so we have a warning for Tallahassee and Gainesville right now. This does include FSU over here. And there's our warning over toward Gainesville, include UF. Not quite. It's actually, you see UF's over back in here. Condon Ballpark and then the football stadium as well. So this is off to the east of UF, but right near the Gainesville Airport. Again, seeing some weak rotation. That's what this is. I mean, this is, there's a possible, tornado tag on this severe thunderstorm warning here right now, as we do have at least some winds going. This wind here, you have the Jacksonville radar, so it's kind of at an odd angle to this, but you have the winds here going in this direction, and you have winds going in this direction. If we had a tornado, that'd probably be winds of 65 to 85 miles an hour, like an EF0 tornado, a weak tornado here. There's no tornado warning yet, but there's actual tag. We haven't had that much this summer, don't have many summers of that. An actual tornado possible tag on this right here toward areas there around the Gainesville Airport. So right just off of Waldo Road here, a little spin going on with the atmospheric scenario being noted within the Doppler algorithms. But again, we're about 4,000 feet up here as we're looking at things. A lot of this is over a wooded area now, which is obviously some good news compared to where it was. It's kind of developing near Fairbanks. I'll see our rotation tracker here. Let's get over to, we have different modes here that we can use. So I haven't had to use this much, so I'm trying to find it in there. We had it really back in here. I mean, really, even that's kind of in a wooded area, but, it's something where we were seeing some developments even before that there a bit. They're looking closer to Waldo Road, so. Now, this is showing a little bit stronger in that latest scan there. This is showing, a little bit of, home, action here and there, I guess you could call it. Let's go to flood risk just to see. There's a little bit of stuff in the wooded area out here. If we were to have a spin evolve on us over the next little bit. You see Windsor in there, so have to watch around Windsor there. And Windsor to, Orange Heights zone for a quick spin up tornado. Just a heads up for you guys. I know some folks live out in that area, so. Have some relatives actually in that general vicinity, so got to be mindful here of the overall scenario as we're looking. Again, seeing a weak rotation, but if nothing else, we could have 60-mile-an-hour winds in there. We just go between the different scans. It's not showing anything really different in terms of that right now, but, whether it's base velocity or storm relative, but again, just trying to keep you up to date. I have a lot of lightning here in the north part of St. Johns County. And then here's into Tallahassee. This is really advanced quickly. So let's get some cameras up. I know we're having to juggle a lot here, but let's go over toward Tallahassee with this. We'll try to get some cameras up of the situation over there. Just bear with me. Just a one-man band, but it's all about trying to give you guys the very latest here. We'll get a camera up near Florida State University. We're going to look here toward my alma mater and try to get you guys a view of things. Okay, Call Street and Stadium Drive. Let's pull that one in. We're going to go to the traffic source. See somebody, it looks like on a motorcycle out in the middle of this right there at Florida State University. Not an ideal situation, but again, just seeing, the camera shake around here. And a severe thunderstorm warning out on a motorcycle. Just, this is how people, unfortunately, get, they can get caught out in this here. These adverse conditions sometimes as we're seeing these weather scenarios evolve here in summertime. For sure, you see the lightning around, things along those lines as we're looking there. Again, severe thunderstorm warning toward Tallahassee, toward FSU there. This is a live look at a traffic camera. Call Street and Stadium Drive here. I'm really telling that weather story right now as things shake around a bit. You can just see here the overall scenario here. Got to always worry about the trees in Tallahassee. We know, what can happen with that. Tragically, a couple weeks ago there toward Leon County, just awful stuff, with the 2 people losing their life because of that tree falling on a vehicle. So we always get worried, when we have stuff, especially on Tallahassee with the density of the trees there. So again, let's go ahead and we'll move away from this view right now for a moment. I'll try to find some more camera views. We have this severe thunderstorm warning for Tallahassee here for the main FSU campus till 6:45. And, FAMU's in here, Tallahassee State College, Tallahassee Airport, Governor Square Mall. Let's see what else we can kind of find here. Let's go Callow Road and Tennessee Street. Let's pull up this camera. Florida 511, Florida Department of Transportation view. You can see the inclement conditions here in toward Tallahassee right now. Folks, getting stuck out in this, unfortunately, with a severe thunderstorm warning in effect. And that's the wrong view. I apologize for that there. This is what happens when I'm clicking through some stuff sometimes. That was hail video from a couple years ago. But ignore that, as we're just, it's a one-man band me trying to give you guys the very latest on things here in toward the Weather Center. So, again, just trying to update you here as we look Ocala Road and Tennessee Street with this severe thunderstorm warning. So, that is in play here till 6:45 as we're updating the best we can. A lot of folks out in this weather for sure. Move away from this for a moment. See what else we can kind of find here with these traffic cameras. It's really rough looking toward Dewey Street and Tennessee Street. Let's go ahead and pull this camera up. We'll go live to it. You see there the inclement conditions in Tallahassee with a severe thunderstorm warning. A severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Tallahassee for the main FSU campus. As we're just watching the overall view here, just seeing the overall weather impact for sure. By the way, as I check my source behind the scenes, Gainesville Airport did get a gust of 31 knots recently, if you guys are wondering. That's just under 39 miles an hour. 34 knots is 39 miles an hour. And we're looking at Tallahassee here on the camera, but Gainesville has a severe thunderstorm warning for the airport area with a tornado possible tag. We already have some damage reports coming out of Tallahassee. A tree down on the road there at Havenbrook Court and Trimble Road at 618, and a tree limb down in the road at 603 around Killarn Estates on Samrock Road North and Killarn Club Way. So this is all entering into, instability values of almost 5,000 joules per kilogram. So that's, significant there. And we have, on the edge of the super cell composite over there as well. So definitely seeing this impact here as we're looking at the overall scenario. Just trying to keep everybody safe and informed here as we're juggling two different storms, a storm toward Tallahassee and a storm toward the Gainesville Airport moving off toward the Windsor, Orange Heights area. So again, this is Tallahassee, what we're looking at right now in this traffic cam view, Dewey Street and Tennessee Street here, as we're updating the best we can. Right near FSU, it's a rough go of it right now for sure. Let's jump away from this for a moment. We'll check some more views. See what else I can kind of find here. It's not great weather at all. Some of our different communities. Let's go over Brevard Street and Tennessee Street. It's a bit thunderstorm warning, damage and wind gusts possible around Tallahassee. I'm sure some folks are losing power already. Some damage reports here in play. This is looking really rough there. Brevard Street and Tennessee Street. You can see this is right there, I believe, near the Burger King. You can kind of see it there as we're just getting off campus. And that camera, we're kind of losing the signal some. Right there off campus, FSU. You can see how they're getting a little bit of the pond in the water on the roadway even now. Again, a severe thunderstorm warning effect. Again, this is Florida 511 view, but let's take that off so you can kind of see your bearings a little better with the Burger King there at the top left. This is right near the campus, Brevard Street and Tennessee Street here. Severe thunderstorm warning for the FSU campus right now. Look at how much this rain has come down so quick. It's really causing these high rainfall rates, some urban flooding already here, at least a minor variety. Hadn't been coming down all that long, and looks really rough out here. A lot of people out on the road getting caught out in this, unfortunately, as we just have this overall pattern here come into play here and be problematic for some folks as we're looking toward Leon County there, out toward the Big Bend of Florida, Brevard Street and Tennessee Street here. Definitely seeing that impact there with this severe thunderstorm warning in play. Severe thunderstorm warning, you can see how we're really seeing that, urban type flooding already take hold. I mean, this is just off campus there. This is just across from the Weather Service in Tallahassee. That's on the FSU campus. So, again, I'll probably at least get a flood advisory. Another word about it. Yes, the thunderstorm warning right now. As we're looking at things with that damage and wind potential already at least, one tree knocked down. Let me double check that information because we've had so many days of this. It kind of blends together a little bit. I have to double check the reporting. A tree down there on Haven, Brook Court and Trumbull Road at 618. And then a tree limb down in the road on Samrock North and Killarn Clubway at 603. So definitely noteworthy as we're updating you. Again, keeping you up to date with some of these different views here. Again, severe thunderstorm warning in effect. Let's see what else I can kind of find on our traffic source here. Let's go Spirit Way and Stadium Drive. Let's go ahead and pull this view in. Spirit Way and Stadium Drive here. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect. See, there is visibility on the roads, of course. The lightning there, telling this story. Just a rough go of it. You can see some of that pond and the water on the roadway over there as well. Let's go back to the Doppler. Okay, so we're going to keep an eye on that. Let me see if there's any more cameras south side of town to go to. Let's go to near the FAMU area there, Adams Street and Oakland Avenue. Let's go to this camera real quick before we jump back to that Gainesville Airport situation because we have rotation around it. That's why, I hate to have to jump back and forth when we have a warning that looks pretty intense for Tallahassee. But let's just give you an idea here of what it looks like there. Adams Street and FAMU Way there. You can see the conditions. They look pretty, nasty in terms of the overall inclement weather coming on through right now as we're in toward that zone. So you can see the pond and the water on the roadway over there as well. The lightning. Let me see what else I can kind of show you from that area real quick. Because this is getting more south side of Tallahassee is why I'm kind of focusing over there based on what I'm seeing on the Doppler radar scans. This is out the, Althea Gibson way there and RT Perkins way. So severe thunderstorm warning in effect. There's some rough conditions here in terms of that weather right now, that reduced visibility. See some of the buses out in this. Again, severe thunderstorm warning in effect. There's now flood advisory as well, so that's popping on up now as we were alluding to that potential. Okay, let's get back over to the other area now in terms of Gainesville. Need to get back over there. I really, it's a tricky situation trying to maneuver back and forth here, but let's get back over toward this area weak rotation. Still kind of hanging together in there in the similar spot, which is interesting. Right around Copeland Settlement there. What is this back here? Let's see, is that contamination? I tell you what, that may be something there north of Alachua. I don't know if that's angle contamination or that could actually be. If that's actually something that's evolving, we may get a tornado warning real fast on that. Let's see here. This is north of Alachua. Let me check my other radar source. This is why, I hate having to bounce back and forth because both areas, in our zone are, of concern. But let's see. The Moody radar is not showing it a lot, but it's showing a little bit. Ooh, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. They may issue a tornado warning on that, guys. This is the strongest circulation I've seen since I've been using this system. We need to go ahead and get ready to take those tornado precautions there north of Alachua right now. Let's go ahead and see what your tornado precautions are. You need to go ahead and get an interior room on the lowest level. That's always an option, safe option for any home there. Getting toward that bathroom, getting toward that closet. We may get a tornado warning for Alachua County here around a different part of the county. They're around Alachua, the community there. This is, they're a different part of the county. Again, we're seeing some pretty strong circulation developing on the radar. I know, just going between some different things here. We have different tools in the toolkit. Hopefully it's just contamination, but the way that's coming together worries me a little bit. We're so far away on the radar, it's almost too impressive to be that far away. I just don't know because we'll see what they have to say about this there. Weather Service. I mean, let's see it. So we have cameras. Let's see here. I-75. Let me see if I can get a camera view of this. Again, a tricky situation here meteorologically. We're having a bit of a bounce between some different things here. Okay, so that is just there. You see the latest scan is a little weaker, but just north of 441. See if we can find any maybe funnel on any of the traffic cameras. Just trying to see if anything's, visible in that direction, looking off there. We'll just show you this angle right now toward the interstate. This is just east of the interstate there, a little ways off of it, but Florida 501 view. Again, just going between some of the different sources here. Let me zoom in here to street level. So, right there, not far from Northwest 155th Place, there could be a quick, land spat or quick tornado touchdown even in that area based on what we were seeing on that scan beforehand. That was very tight for a frame and on a hook. I mean, it's kind of a little displaced, but we're so far from the radar, it's hard to say. I mean, we're looking over 4,500 feet up at this. That's the tricky thing. But it is on a notch there. Latest scan still showing something, a new flood advisory, by the way, in play now. This is a storm we've had the weak rotation that we were watching. We had the tornado possible tag. Again, you see that hook there. I know we'll go back real quick over here. I know it's almost need a double box right now because so much going on. Some wind enhancement here right near. Let's get to the roads over here. Orange Avenue, Blairstone Road. I mean, Paul Russell Road. Maybe a burst of wind energy there in Tallahassee. As we look at things, that severe thunderstorm warning. See a lot of lightning down in Ward Wakulla County as well. But severe thunderstorm warning right here in the Ward Tallahassee. Again, looking here at this wind energy. Let's check Paradise is over here. You see more into Georgia, a handful in Tallahassee so far. Still some broad rotation here. So we're looking at some of the different spots around Haynesworth. Some different things kind of came together. This is other mode you're going to see why I was concerned. At one scan, I looked at it on another radar source as well. It's a little displaced, so maybe it's just, angle contamination. But, this was already a tornado possible tad to the southeast. You just never know here. As they're looking a little bit of a notch on that. With sometimes you can get things to come together. I know, probably wouldn't really have a debris signature in here unless something, is too far from the radar. I mean, hopefully that little low one's in there just is hail or inflow and not an actual any type of tornado situation. Again, that scan right there is what really concerned me. Really jumped out at me here. So we had, I mean, it's not going to be that high, but the idea of a spin there that's, a tornadic-like spin showing up on the edge of a hook here. It's weaker now, but it's still there, some broad rotation. This is weakened some, but still some wind enhancement. It's still kind of holding steady around Fairbanks there in the airport. I'm getting some nasty weather around Gainesville Airport still. As we look, let me see if we have any new wind speeds over there. And looking toward Tallahassee, we have some updates coming in. A tree on a power pole in the parking lot. A tree down on the road there. We just have a lot going on. Toward the west, toward the east, two different areas of rotation have shown up on rotation tracker. Okay, we have a question, comment. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning now toward Alachua as well. Okay, I know Top Cat wondering about if the chat's connected or disconnected. I think if you just refresh the page, it'll work because it looked like it got disconnected somehow in mine, but it's now working again. So just refresh the page there and you should have your chat back up there. As we're looking, I'm not sure how it could have got disconnected there, but it's a very active weather situation. So just appreciate everybody tuning in, trusting me. That's over on YouTube. Just refresh the page to get the chat up. Again, we got new warnings popping up here. That storm to the west has a tornado possible tag as well. Okay, so I'm talking about in north central Florida. Let's get back down here. Okay, so there's, that spin's coming back a little. I mean, there's now maybe two different spins. Okay, so showing up here near Gainesville. Let's see. Let me see what we have here. There's just a lot going on right now for sure. Okay, so this is a severe thunderstorm warning until 7:15 for Alachua County, central Alachua County. This does include areas around University of Florida. So, you know what, with the spins kind of really becoming a little bit more, is it just my eyes or is it really something? Weather Service is agreeing that there may be, we could end up, there is a chance we could get a developing tornado in toward the Gainesville area now. This other area, maybe even two different spins showing up. So just remain alert for a possible tornado. Tornadoes can develop quickly from severe thunderstorms. If you spot a tornado, go at once into that small central room in a sturdy structure. So again, this is a very dangerous situation in terms of these, signals kind of popping in and out at us here. We have this spin right here near, it looks like Burnett's Lake. We have a spin down in here. This one looks like it may be, let's check the axial reflectivity. This is right near Wimberley Estates there. Maybe another spin showing up. We had this spin over here, rotation. It's weaker now, but we had a tornado possible tag over here as well. So again, a dangerous situation here as we're looking. I know, hate to jump away from here, but we got to go back west because we're getting a lot of damage reports out of Tallahassee. At the 6:45, the warning went away, which is great news. That's kind of part of the reason we were kind of slacking cover to that, because we knew the threat toward Gainesville needed to be covered. As we're looking at things, just seeing that Gainesville threat and seeing the strength decrease over here, but we'll see if they issue another warning to the south because there's a history on this with the damage. But let's see the damage reports over toward Tallahassee. Again, they sounded pretty significant, but I'm juggling a lot here right now. So again, tree on a power line, power pole in a parking lot there in toward Tallahassee, 2 miles northwest. It looks like it's so in Tallahassee, maybe Community College, and the report is kind of getting cut off. But tree down on the road at Havenbrook Court and Trimble Road. A tree down on the road there toward Macon Community Park. A tree limb down in the road there on Samrock North and Killarn Club Way. FAMU had a gust of 40 at 6:30. The Tallahassee Airport had a gust of 40 at 6:27. So again, just trying to update you here. Trying to update everybody. Let's get back to the east because we have all those warnings here. The 2 warnings, the 3 areas of rotation. Again, this is right near 441 and I-75. A little broader right now in nature, but again, we had that. I tell you what, there may have been something there, folks. Let's go back 30 minutes ago. It wasn't even 30, but really that one scan is what really worried me. I gotta wonder if we had a tornado touchdown in here. I'll be curious to know, if we have some report to that. There, let's get to the roads in here. This was at 6:34. Right around northwest 155th place, northwest 152nd place. Right near 441, there may have been a brief tornado touchdown, at least based on velocity. This was very strong, that signal on the Doppler radar for that one scan there. As I kind of look here, we look at some of our different modes, there maybe are a few homes in here, not overwhelming amount, but, something could have got hit by a potential tornado if something did touch down. Could have got hidden there on 6:34 based on that Doppler radar signal because we had this situation here where now we do have the severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag in here. And we have an update on the warning in the southeast, it looks like now. So let's go ahead and jump back down to that. Again, just a lot going on here as we're looking at this situation. I thought I saw an update on that. The last update was, rotation and the severe thunderstorm near Noonan's Lake at 6:39. I don't see a new update on that right now, but again, seeing some of that spin there. Again, Burnett's Lake, Noonan's Lake there. Alachua, just watching things carefully here in this overall vicinity. A little weaker now, but let's see if we have any power outage updates. Do have a, Number out there, 400 in the dark. Marion actually has 1,000. Leon County, 200 so far, but that might be a little underdone. Let's go up to Decatur County there. They have the heat advisory, but they also have, 1,000 customers out there. Grady County, 600. Hamilton, 400. Again, some rotation here on Progress Boulevard, Burnett's Lake, Research Drive, but it's not as tight as it was. But we're looking so far away on the radar, over 4,500 feet up. You just never know here as we're watching the situation. Just checking some different things here over the last little bit. If we ended up having any type of debris signature in here, that'd be a bad sign because we're way far away on that Doppler to be able to see stuff like that. One scan looked a little weird. Let me see if that was anything near where we were with this. We haven't really had to look for stuff like this on here. That might have been too far out. Yeah, I don't think that's anything, that one scan on that, but just trying to make sure here we're live on the fly with this. Trying to update the best we can. See this little notching here? As we watch the overall progress of the storm activity. The warning went away toward Tallahassee, which is great news. Weakening trend there. Still some wind enhancement though on McCullough, but not as strong as it was there, thankfully. Our warnings are here in north central Florida right now with weak rotation, at least showing up within the Doppler algorithms. Again, this has a tornado possible tag with it. This one does too at the last check. Let me double check that here. These would probably be weaker tornadoes. If we had anything, that one scans, that I showed you from a little while ago is the only thing, if something touched down, maybe it would have been, we don't have any information that anything touched down, but if something did touch down, that one scan was a little bit, stronger than I've seen around here in a little bit, but it's so high up, I want to, hope that it wasn't really, just one scan like that. Hopefully it was just a situation where it didn't actually touch down, so. Both of these still have the tornado possible tag on them here as we're looking down toward Alachua County. So, and we're getting some more rotation on this notch back out here now, outside of the warning, near April Boulevard. So, let's see here. On this notch here, we might, have to be watching this area now. This is a little bit of a notch here. You can kind of see our little notch, I don't know if I need to really draw it in, but you can kind of see the notch, the little hook, as this is going on here with the Doppler radar. So let's check some of these numbers here. And that's really tight, but again, it's right on the, it's in a weird spot too. It's right near 75 though. So what we're going to do, we need to put a camera up. So let's get a camera up there right near 441. Let me go ahead and run over here, try to get a camera up. Again, appreciate everybody tuning in. I know the chat, for some of you maybe on YouTube disconnected, just refresh the page and you should be able to hopefully comment in there as we're looking at the overall coverage, the overall situation, if you need to. So, if you have any questions, comments here for me. But just, again, appreciate everybody tuning in, trusting me here. If you have any reports, pass them along. But need to get a camera up right now. They're 441 I-75. So, that corridor. This is right near Alachua there. See a Florida 501 perspective. Doesn't look overwhelming right there. This is I-75 at mile marker 399.9. Let's get to a camera south of that. Okay, I-75 at US 40 or US 441/MLK there. Let's go ahead and pull this one up. I see our radar velocity scan kind of weakened off a little bit there as we're looking at things toward Alatu with that spin on that one area. Let me take the other area of the spin that we're looking at with the weak rotation or, areas of rotation. They're pretty broad on the other areas right now, but again, we're looking at a pretty high height on some of this, so makes things a little tricky sometimes. Again, trying to keep everybody safe and informed here. Just trying to be here for everybody. Okay, that camera freezing up there. Let's get back over here now. Again, watching some areas of rotation in here. They look a little weaker at the moment, but you never know. One scan to the next. But oscillator even showing some wind enhancement in here. Okay, it looks like we had a funnel cloud earlier around the Keystone Airport around 5:15. This is, with that storm action coming on through earlier on, based on, radar and wind gust observations. We had that, around 5:15. It was a gust of 41. That's the highest they got. But right there at the Bradford-Clay County line, a funnel cloud there, north end of the Keystone Heights Airport. That was earlier on with this. So this action does have a history of at least producing a funnel cloud now that we know about. In terms of that, that's a tornado, in terms of the cloud. Let me back that up. I'm saying that a little weird. So let me start over. So it is a funnel cloud is where you have rotation in the clouds, and you have what looks to be a tornado, but it's not one because it's not actually touching the surface because it has to touch the surface to be a tornado. So that's kind of the storyline there. As we look here on Burnett's Lake, Progress Boulevard, we're seeing some weak rotation over here. Lesser rotation toward Windsor and Fairbanks right now. Looks like more rain and lightning. More rain and lightning's here, but there's still some rain and lightning back out. And here's what I'm saying. Here's all of these reports out toward Tallahassee, especially on the north side of town with the impact there. See a tree on a power line, power pole in a parking lot there, a tree down on a road. There, Havenbrook Court and Trimble Road, and a gust there at FAMU to 40 miles an hour. And then you also had a situation there, a tree limb down in the road on Shamrock North, Galarn Club Way there. Then a tree down on the road there toward the Macon Community Park. So, and the airport had a gust of 40 there as well. But things are below severe limits out there now. You still see some pretty strong winds, though, as we look at the overall scenario. I know way earlier, it's a delayed report from what I've seen, but there was a power pole and a wire reported down in the 300 block of South Anderson Street at the time of the event, based on radar images. That was 10:50 this morning around Bunnell. Let me check GRU power outage information. Check that behind the scenes here. $154 customers out on GRU so far. That's not an overwhelming number, but I see our one warning went away here at the 7, but we still have this warning in play here till 7:15. A lot of lightning, actually, honestly, north of the warning here. Just the way things are evolving between High Springs and Alachua there around 441. Just, in that vicinity where the lightning is, the rotations on the periphery. So. $51-mile-an-hour winds here off towards southeast Wakulla. Flood advisory here for parts of Leon and Gadsden. Let me update you on this warning here. We still have some of that weak rotation. Expired the one warning, but still got that severe thunderstorm warning remaining in effect for north central Alachua County, including Gainesville and the University of Florida. So. Just updating you the best we can. Just got to still remain alert for a possible tornado, as tornadoes can develop quickly from severe thunderstorms. If you spot a tornado, go at once into that small central room in a sturdy structure. But hopefully with all this lightning, you're just staying inside. You're away from windows here as we're looking at things. I mean, honestly, this is outside of the warning here where we're getting some rotation, west of Burnett's Lake, south of 441, west of I-75. Let's look at some of the other angles on this. Even the Tampa radar is showing some of that broad spin aloft. I mean, that's at 15,000 feet, but at 5,000 feet, you're seeing it from the Jacksonville radar. Again, just trying to keep everybody updated. I'm going to check some other sources here. Just trying to be here for everybody. It's all about trying to keep you informed. We started off with that one warning to the north, Baker, Bradford, Clay, and Union, and then things kind of, the meteorology here of all this kind of got a little out of hand with all these warnings, as sometimes can be the case around here. Especially this time of year. Again, we're still live with you at 7:04 p.m. on this Thursday here. We started off with that one warning a couple hours ago, and You know, still seeing just a slew of them pop on up. Again, just if you guys do want to chat on YouTube, for some reason it seemed like, you know, I had folks having some disconnection issues on that YouTube chat. So just refresh the page. If it says disconnected for you, you should be able to comment or, you know, put a question in there. As, you know, anything requires you to in terms of the overall setup. Again, we're still watching this week rotation. Honestly, a little displaced. You know, west of I-75 here. 37, 31 there, so that's some weak spin. I mean, we've had the tornado possible tags. That's a little notch there that's become a little more apparent here as we're looking. There in western parts of Alachua County. Significant weather advisory over there. Just looking here, some of the advisories. 745, this does have that landspout possible tag. Again, that looks like the more impressive area versus where the warning is at this point in time. Even another area now developing on this other periphery with some rotation north of US 441. So we have two areas of spin here now. You know, the latest scan just came in, and that one to the north kind of faded some. This one here, that's still holding its own. As we're near Northwest 202nd Street, Peggy Road. See that notch there on this? And that is an interesting signature. Hopefully that's just inflow. I tell you what, I hope that's just inflow. Let me check another source. I have another view I'm a little more accustomed to. I'm not so sure. But that'd have to be really far up if that was actually something, which would be really concerning. So hopefully it's just inflow here into that. We just don't have good radar coverage out here, so it's hard to know for sure. Our other source didn't pick it up, but we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for that area with that hook. Now I'm sure there's a tornado possible tag on it. I'll check. And there is. So at 7:06, the severe thunderstorm was located near High Springs, or 12 miles southwest of Worthington Springs, moving south at 15 miles an hour. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, penny size, hail, High Springs. Just remain alert for a possible tornado. Tornadoes can develop quickly from severe thunderstorms. If you spot a tornado, go L1 into that small central room in a sturdy structure. So 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts possible too, but it's on High Springs there. We have a little hook on the Doppler radar, you know, just below, you know, needing, you know, that tornado warning here in play. We have these winds, the Jacksonville radar winds going toward it, a little bit of this, you know, and winds going away from it. So, again, watching things here carefully. You know, the offices around here don't use that tornado possible tag too much in summertime. And we've had it, you know, multiple times now here at Alachua County in the last hour for all these different spins we keep seeing pop up within the different algorithms. Again, that one signature, you know, is interesting toward Peggy Road there. So far away. Hopefully it's just inflow. You know, and that looks like right near a building too. In there. So, I mean, there's probably displacement with that though. We kind of look, but hope everybody's all right there, whether we had, you know, something or nothing. Hopefully everybody's all right in this vicinity. It looks a little displaced when I got in really tight there. But you just never know. Kind of looks a little displaced, but again, you just don't know for sure as we're watching the overall scenario. Okay, we got a new warning out west now. Okay, so stuff's strengthening back out that direction now. This is for parts of Wakulla, Jefferson, and Taylor until 7:45. At 7:07, a severe thunderstorm was located 13 miles east of St. Mark's, moving southeast at 25 miles an hour. So we're talking about Scanlon, Goose Pasture there, Cabbage Grove. Some of the different spots included east central Wakulla, southwestern Jefferson, and northwestern Taylor counties till 7:45 p.m. with a severe thunderstorm warning. This is, pretty rural zone here between, Crawfordville and Perry, so we don't need to spend too much time on it here. Very rural territory. I mean, not much even popping up here. We have the other warning, that is in warnings that are more concerned. Look at that radar from Tallahassee even showing that spin aloft. I tell you what, that is, our spin over toward the east here. I mean, all four radars are showing some of that. Let me do something here. Just trying some different things. I mean, that's a hail signature there maybe, but at least with the updraft. Again, let me go ahead and keep checking some information here. Just appreciate all the viewership. Appreciate everybody tuning in, trusting me. It's all about trying to be here for you. So again, that notch here still on the radar. Again, we have 3 warnings right now. Warning back out west, but then this here, again, looks strong from way away, but this is west of 75. Let me see if I can get some. You have another spin back out toward the north a little bit, but that's not really correlated as well. Let's go just south of High Springs here with this. Run back over to our other source. So let me see here where that is exactly. Try to get a view from 75 of this, which is east of this spin. Let's look in here at the, wet conditions here, slick conditions on the road. Definitely a little breezy out there. The worst is probably just west of there, though. Spin's picking back up. Let's go to Doppler. Seeing some of those greens and reds become a little more pronounced again. Camera's a little off from that anyway, so that's why I don't really stick with that too long. Okay, so let's get back over here. Right around 202nd Street. Orono to Cadillac. That area. That looks more displaced, but I wonder. That looks more displaced than what I've been seeing, to be honest. Again, looking here, Arno, 202nd Street, Railroad Avenue, 22nd Street, but 232nd Street. A lot of those similar roads in there, Peggy Road. And we're looking at things. And we still have some of that spin there. Check some other sources here real fast. If there's any new information on anything. Again, just looking through things here. Making sure I'm not missing anything here with the overall weather setup. Okay, so we're watching some of these different signals on the Doppler. Let me go ahead. I know looking supercell composite values over there of almost a 4 on, and the instability at 3,000 joules per kilogram, even some significant tornado parameter kind of in that zone. So let's watch some of these other storms in the corridor. Even that storm coming out of, into the Big Bend, eastern Big Bend toward Perry, we need to watch here as well, because it may start to spin on us a little bit here, looking at some of the indices behind the scenes. So, in fact, I know I'm juggling a lot here, but we're going to pull that up because I had to use that backup source last night for a little while. It's our backup source, but it can actually show some of that. So let me get that up. Let me make sure there's no questions, comments here real quick though first. Don't see anything new, but just appreciate everybody tuning in, trusting me. Let me go over to, okay, we're going to go to the backup source, but I just want to use it for some of these metrics here that I'm talking about, because I can show that still in here, even though we don't generally use this anymore, this source. But I'm going to show this to you real quick, a different way to look at some things. So we're going to go to our other computer source here. Give me just a moment. There you go. So this right here is our other source. This is instability. So what we're looking at here with this red, there, and I'll zoom in, hail up toward High Springs, that's about 3,000 joules per kilogram of surface-based Cape. That red there. The orange down to the south and east is a little less, under 3,000 joules per kilogram. And then what I'm also looking at, though, we see this on our other maps, but another, tool that I use here is supercell composite. In the summertime, a lot of times you don't see anything on this, but this indicates the potential for some storms to rotate. We actually have a 3.92 right here where I put my marker, where that little red square is. That's a 3.92 on our supercell composite indice. These are overachieving around here today, and just to the north even, that's over a 4 on the supercell composite level here. So that's why we're getting stuff to rotate, and or at least that's an indice to show, that we have the potential for stuff to rotate. It's a little more complex than this, but this is a simplified way to show it here as we're looking at things with numbers. A lot of times we won't see anything on this map this time of year. So if we're late July, we don't generally see supercell composite values around here very much. Maybe, in the blue, maybe, those numbers there as I look at things, as I track things here in toward the weather center. I mean, those are like about a half to a 1 in the blue on that. But, we're ending up getting quite a bit more here as I look here today. And then the STP, we generally don't get this. We're actually seeing a little bit of significant tornado parameter even in here in the yellow. That's about an 0.7 on that scale. Now, that's not really high like for, severe weather in the spring, but for around here for late July, that is noteworthy. And that's why we're getting all these, little spins here showing on up here as we're looking at things in toward the overall scenario. The models said a little of this, but this seems to be overachieving compared to what the models were showing here. As we're looking at things, these significant tornado parameters here. I know our barometric pressure is 1,013 millibars here today as we're looking, and we're just trying to update you here on the overall meteorological storyline. So again, just using these sources I used to use for a moment because I wanted to show you that when we have these storms right here within that STP, granted if you start getting too many to take over, you're not going to really see that, really come into play. But right here, before we lose that daytime heating, next hour, so I wouldn't completely rule out a brief tornado here in that corridor, in that yellowish area where we have the storms, and down toward, some of these other areas here as we look down toward the coast, kind of that corridor there as we're watching things, because we do have some of those parameters in play. So again, it's kind of unusual. Thought I would see that here real quick as we're looking at things and as we're tracking them Let's get back to the other source right now. We'll go back over to the other source. Just thought I'd say that for a moment, though. Just try to explain that a little bit. What I've been talking about behind the scenes. So I'm going to go back over to the computer source now. So you'll see some of that weak rotation within the Doppler algorithms. So that thunderstorm warning is still in effect till 7:30. It's going through here. This is northwestern Alachua County with a severe thunderstorm warning. Just remain alert for a possible tornado, but 60-mile-an-hour wind gust, penny-sized hail, maybe the more likely hazards in theory as we're looking at this. So get back to the west here. A lot of wind, this is strengthening, moving toward Perry, 57 miles an hour with the wind, on the Doppler algorithms as we look toward Perry over the next little bit. What's the speed and movement on this? It's more defined than the whack-a-mole type of stuff we're seeing toward the east here. This is a lot more definitive. So let's track southeast at 25 miles an hour with this as we get toward the Perry area. Southeast 25 miles an hour. So you see Perry there around 8 o'clock with some of this impact. So a small community a little before that there. As we're tracking this storm there off toward the south and east, this line here, really. And yesterday we had a higher type of risk, 2 out of 5. We had, a good number of reports, but did not have this type of rotational potential in play like what we're seeing today in the 1 out of 5. No formal tornado risk, but we do have that wind risk, but seeing these little spins up on the Doppler and some of these more favorable parameters that have, come together. A little messier right now, but again, we've seen some more, apparent areas here at times as we watch. I can go back, even further than this. Let's go back an hour. There's been quite a bit in here. Multiple. That one scan really concerned me there as we were looking kind of just north of Alachua, the north side of Alachua. That's what really got me, a little more worried about some of this stuff here. See south of Live Oak here, seeing some weak rotation as well now, maybe. That might just be a burst of wind. But a little something in there. Not moving much, I know that. On US 129. Seeing all this wind come toward Perry here. Looking here at rotation. The latest scan just a little tighter again. Similar areas, which is really interesting. You don't generally get that around here. It kind of keeps showing up in the same areas like that. We scrub around there. Let's get back off toward the west. See all this wind energy here as we look. 54, 51. Moving over toward Perry. Next little bit there. Taylor County. We've had multiple rotations. We did have earlier on a report of a funnel cloud They're at the Keystone Heights Airport area there around 5:15. They report of a funnel cloud along the north end there. So definitely started having those rotational parameters pickling up there, became more apparent around that time. Let me see what else I can kind of find here with the information. Trying to update the best I can. Just trying to be here for you. A lot going on. Again, just looking through things, making sure I'm not missing anything. So again, we still have some of these warnings on the board here. This looks weaker right now, but it's been pulsing up, pulsing down. Just got to power at his numbers. That's a pretty low number considering the signals we've seen on radar so far. Let me check the RU. Granted, hopefully all these signals we've been seeing have been staying aloft here, not actually getting down to the surface. Talking about rotational signals, signatures there, talking about potential tornadic activity, but you had all these tornado possible tags, but no, former tornado warnings here in play. So that's good at least. 154 customers according to Gainesville Regional Utility in the dark right now. See all this wind here coming toward Perry there with our other accent. See temperatures over there toward Perry. 87 degrees still there in toward Taylor County. And the models have had trouble, but let's see what the overall idea could be with this. Tries to show things, clearing out for a while here in the overnight. But we'll see if it plays out like that. Look at all this rain we had in this corridor there in northern Alachua County. Some spots over 3.5 inches. Significant rain. I mean, we're here, around Stark, we barely got that much, rain of less than a quarter inch, I believe. Yeah, under 2/10 of an inch on the rain gauge. And, I'll measure things out here real quick. And about 10, 12 miles away, about 4 inches of rain. A gully washer for sure. Around Waldo there. Some of the different zones. See all these damage reports around Tallahassee. That's why we were warning you guys around Tallahassee there. The signal was even stronger. It's coming in north side of town there. You can see Gadsden County, though, reports of trees down in toward that corridor. I mean, a lot of them down, with the indicators. Leon County there. see all, and you saw that even a large tree down on power lines that were smoking there around Missing San Luis. Tree limbs on power lines around Doak Campbell Stadium, around the football stadium at FSU. We had tree limbs on power lines. Not good. A tree down on a road there, a wind gust, as we're looking towards some of the different spots there, causing a tree to be on the road there. As we're looking a little bit further south, and then, FAMU there, a 40-mile-an-hour wind gust. So looking like probably had a little bit stronger winds just to the north of that here, based on all these reports that we're getting in with the overall indicators. I mean, we still had this one right over here, but these indicators, they get a little displaced sometimes on this map the way they are. But, we had all that wind further up in the overall pattern for sure with the geography. But yeah, Taylor County, Perry, you guys need to look out for this. These are some strong winds. Granted, some of that looks like it's on the periphery a little, which hopefully that might, indicate weakening. We'll see. Yeah, I wonder if that's starting to weaken a little bit. Maybe getting some stuff out ahead to form, which would be good news for Perry, but you never know. And with the rotational parameters, let's just make sure we're not seeing anything. I don't see any green showing up in that, thankfully. But okay, our warning went away for Alachua as a 7:30 there. Again, just trying to update you. That looks a lot broader in nature right now over there, but now we're watching some stuff in southern Suwannee County. Let's go to that Oster radar for that. But even then, it's showing some wind enhancement there. 46 miles an hour. Yeah, this is headed toward Perry here in Taylor County. Next little bit, I mean, gonna move in a little quicker probably based on this is probably gonna start to strengthen. It might be the wind levels, maybe more widespread, but a little less is what I would kind of guess with this. As this kind of comes on in toward Perry there, this morning goes to 7:45. We'll have to watch these other areas, though. So I wouldn't be surprised if we get a warning, severe thunderstorm warning at least for southern Suwannee, southwestern Suwannee, really is where that would be. West of McAlpin. Let's go to power outages on a broad scale. I mean, to have that many reports of tree issues in Tallahassee, that's a pretty low number out. Let me check some other sources, though. We're going to check City of Tallahassee, probably Talquin as well. City of Tallahassee power outage information. Just trying to pull that up. $1,634 customers impacted, according to their map. And then Talquin, they have 3,395 customers in the dark, and they cover more than just Leon, but also quite a few in the dark then. It's that, I'm sure, in the Wakulla, based on that percentage, a lot more population in Leon than there is Wakulla. A lot of lightning there, southern, I don't know if I love that there, southern Suwannee County. Again, that may get a severe thunderstorm warning with like a tornado possible tag, or at least a severe thunderstorm warning. So far from the radar, over 5,500 feet on. Let me just make sure so that's Tallahassee's radar. I'm looking at 6,000 feet up. And then we have at Asta's radar, which is closer, 3,000. It's more one direction based on that. That's further over, and then that's further up. So definitely some stronger winds in here, though. Around 121st Road, west of McAlpin. Again, we started off, if you're wondering about the description of the video, started off with that warning to award areas there in North Central Florida and Northeast Florida. And we've just seen a slew of warnings since then pop on up and be problematic, including quite a bit of damage there in Tallahassee. Had a bunch of rotations, so up just below tornado warning limits there. I'd award Alachua County with multiple tornado possible tags. This looks a little weaker. I say that and I see a 60, but I think this is becoming a little more disorganized, but it may not weaken in time for Perry. It might kind of come in a little faster on some of those spots. You'll have to just see as we look at the situation. Let me see if I can pull up some traffic cameras from there. Let me see if there's any more questions, comments. Just appreciate everybody tuning in, trusting me. Appreciate the viewership here. It's Thursday evening. It's 30th day of July, 2026. I'm going to try to pull up the cameras there around Perry. Very dark sky on one of these views. Let's go ahead and pull it up. We'll go over to the traffic source. Right toward Perry there in Taylor County. Honestly, almost looks like a little bit of a lowering on some of this there. You just can't really tell. It's so blurry. Let me take my banner off, the Florida 511 banner. Almost looks like a little bit of a funnel cloud there, but it's just so blurry there. You can't hardly tell. You know, it's not close enough to know for sure, just based on all the history on some of these storms. You just never know. Again, trying to keep you up to date. Severe thunderstorm warning for areas there just edging toward Perry. Technically, Perry downtown isn't under the severe thunderstorm warning based on the mapping here, but points just off to the west are. As we kind of look at things the best we can. Okay, going back to the Doppler. Continuing to keep you updated. Appreciate everybody tuning in, trusting me here. Just trying to be here for you. Back at the weather computer now. Watching some of these winds. Okay, the severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Taylor County will expire at 7:45. The storm was prompted. A warning has weakened below severe limit to no longer pose an immediate threat to life or property. Therefore, the warning will be allowed to expire, but gusty winds are still possible with a thunderstorm. You know, we still have some of that, but it seems like we kind of got maybe some cooler air involved in here. Things that kind of falling off. You saw that, you know, just the green out ahead kind of form. And that, you know, has helped to kind of, you know, weaken this some, but we still could get some pretty strong winds in here with, you know, the significant advisory. Probably get another one as we look here over the next little bit there for Perry proper. But this storm here in Suwannee County, it may not be, you know, may not quite be an all clear here, you know. With lightning around, there's never an all clear really, but, you know, just got to be watching here toward southern Suwannee County as we look at the overall situation. You know, McAlpin, That doesn't look too bad from that Asta radar, which is a closer radar. There's a lot of lightning in there still. Let's put the roads on in here. 113th Road, 121st Road. Let's put that radar view on here. See all the lightning here around Pine Mountain to McAlpin. A lot of lightning here as we look north of Fort White as well in Columbia County. Over through Ellisville and Providence. Let's go over to outages. Now we'll go to satellite. See how everything's kind of moved across the zone. So that formation had some stuff earlier on, and then more formation later with that boundary in play. And then let's see the 7-day here. Still more storm chances coming up. Maybe a little lower tomorrow, but it's just an active pattern still with that boundary in play with the radar view. And I haven't given you guys an updated rainfall forecast. So let me go ahead and get that together real quick. A couple of those actually. I think we can do it 2 different ways. Let's go. We'll go to this view first. And let me go to hydro here, hydrology mode. And you see 1 through 7. So it's several inches here as we look ahead in the timeline for some of our different zones. More out toward those spots further west, maybe according to the official forecast. We'll just have to wait and see. And then let me get our updated European model on here. Bear with me. Again, remind you guys there are 38 counties here. Let me get that European rainfall forecast set up for everybody. Make sure you have the latest version of it on here. It's 12Z. Okay, so we'll just go ahead and let me change the settings because make this go a day further now. Let me put a pause point in here at the beginning as well. Okay, so we'll go ahead and switch that back over here. So we'll go ahead and advance to so you guys see the rain accumulate here with the overall forecast. As we look ahead in the timeline, the idea of it here, the European rainfall forecast, 12Z version of it. And you can just see here all that rain coming into play here, even through the weekend. Well, there's not, as much severe weather. Gradually that should kind of slack off. Some more cloud cover to severe threat, but some flooding the possibility here. See Cross City, Cedar Key, 5 to 6 inches, over the next coming days. I know with our severe threat, it's a situation here. We didn't have the logo red today because less organized, lower overall risk from the Storm Prediction Center. We aren't on for, 7 hours like we were yesterday, but maybe, I guess if you count the earlier, covered about 3.5 so far. Hopefully this will be the extent, but I do see now there's a flash flood warning. So let's see what that's all about as we're talking about rainfall. So again, you see the storyline here though. You do see the storyline in terms of our rainfall totals. It's going to be wet, as we're looking at flood threats. It's going to be a story some. And on that note, we just got a flash flood warning issued. So let's see what that's all about. It's actually a storm in Suwannee County. Potential for rapid water rise in there. It's a pretty rural area, but it's to 9:45. So let's see what they're saying about this. As we look at the overall situation. Let me get that statement on up here. The National Weather Service in Jacksonville has issued a flash flood warning for central Suwannee County at 7:42 p.m. Doppler radar indicated, heavy rainfall across the warned area between 2.5 or 2. I need to zoom in on this. My eyes, I guess, get tired after a while. Between 2 and 4.5 inches of rain have fallen. Additional amounts of 1 to 3 inches are possible in the warned area. Flash floodings are ongoing or expected to begin shortly. McAlpin and O'Brien there. So just remember, turn around, don't drown. As we're looking there, as most flood deaths can occur in vehicles and also at night here. We got to remind you of that and remember that. As we're looking here now, flash flood warning, a rapid water rise potential. McAlpin there, down toward areas like O'Brien. As we're looking in Suwannee County. So a flash flood warning now until 9:45 p.m. As we're updating you on things the best we can. Just trying to keep you informed. I know we do need rain, but you don't want too much too quick here. As we're looking at the overall scenario, you just don't want too much rain too quickly here, as we have a flash flood warning for parts of Suwannee County until 9:45. These are very high rainfall rates in here. It's pretty rural, but pretty high, not very high rainfall rates here as we're looking at the overall situation. So just got to be very cognizant of that there as we're watching things, as we're informing you, as we're updating you. For the last few hours, look at how much rain's already fallen in here. I mean, that's almost 5 inches there, according to the radar estimates. That's from Valdosta, the closest radar, so that's why they issued this. That's just an extreme amount of rain in here, even if it is a rural area. 5 inches. And I mean, just in 1 hour now, just looking maybe 5 inches all in the last hour, according to some of the tools. That color table is not going to be exactly right there, but let's do this back an hour. And let me actually go back 2 hours. Let's change some of this, and then a lot of that in the last at least hour and a half, it looks like. And over that part of Suwannee County, there's so much light and still heavy of rain in there just over that spot. Let's go over to the Barron flash flood guidance. It's showing at least an elevated flash flood risk in there. Let me loop this here, maybe if it'll let me. Definitely seeing at least some of that potential. So it's very heavy rain in that area there. So rural, but again, that is just an extreme amount of rain, maybe a half a foot, and it's still just coming down. I mean, these rates, these rainfall rates here, it's not going to happen like that, but say, in theory that, it's another 7 inches. If it rained at that same rate for an hour, it won't. For another hour, it won't do that. But it's just a situation here. I mean, you could still get another 3 or 4 inches in here. And that'd be really problematic. That gets you like 8 inches if it were to, come into play like that. So honestly, a little bit of weak spin on here too, but I think that flood threat's the bigger story there. As we're looking toward that spot and toward the viewing circle. Our warning went away for period. We really had some cool air in there. Now, in Madison County, looks like a little wind enhancement up there. Again, we'll keep watching some of these little areas of wind, but now the flash flooding threat, the bigger deal here, the bigger story. With a Branford there, if you're looking at the geography, south of Live Oak. So again, just trying to update you here on things the best we can. Again, very significant rainfall in that area. As we kind of get on in here, McAlpin to O'Brien. You have US 129 in here. You see 4 or 5 inches there. Some of that's more in the last hour and a half or so, and it's still coming down. Let me show you something else here with some of this information. Let me just go ahead and click that off so we can kind of see here some of the topography. I mean, you see, and I'll tilt it back. There are some homes in here, so as we look at the overall flooding potential of this green polygon, that's what that represents, our flash flood warning there until 9:45. As we're looking toward parts of Suwannee County there. So Again, it's not a fun picture at all as we're watching that scenario. There's potential for a rapid water rise. As we're looking here, this is south of Live Oak. This is north of Branford, northeast of Mayo. But it does include some of US 129 there, from O'Brien to McAlpin there. See Pine Mountains is right on the edge of this. Again, County Road 252 is in here, State Road 51, 113th Road, 115th Road, 101st Place, 121st Place. Just really being mindful here, this flash flood warning there in this green box until 9:45, and we have a flood advisory. Further west, we have significant weather advisory, special weather statements. A few different spots, including Taylor County now and Perry until 8:30. As we're watching the overall scenario. Just going between some things here. Wind gusts up to 40 around Perry possible. That special weather statement through 8:30. And we're continuing to update you. Again, this flash flood warning to 9:45 for parts of Suwannee County here. I'll go ahead and change this up again back to our normal mode, but just wanted to see some of the geography in there, that there are some homes in there. You know, with the flash flood warnings, generally we don't stick with them continuous, but when there's heavy rain like this over the warned area, very heavy rain like this, you know, and especially with this, I feel like there could be a chance, even though it's so rural, so rural out there, it could be a situation they upgrade this to considerable, which goes off on the phones because, there's so much rain in there. I mean, talking about a half a foot of rain there in some of these areas pretty quickly. So we need to be mindful of that here still until we start to see these pinks, purples go away and a lot of the red go away. Don't want to wrap it here. We'll still have the stream going a little longer probably, depending on how things look at that point. But need to stick with this flash flood warning right now as we're looking toward parts of Suwannee County. Again, seeing some flood risk in here. Maybe some hail in there. Wind enhancement even in here still after all this rain. That they could get a severe thunderstorm warning. We'll see. Got some wind enhancement here in Madison County. Maybe some rotation, maybe burst of wind energy as we look down in there. On Southwest Tower Road in Madison County. To continue to update you. That's right on the periphery of that wind, but it's a different way to visualize the rain total. Even this mode's showing over 5 inches. I mean, it kind of says that there is quite a bit of northern Alachua into southern Bradford and over toward Keystone. But this area has that area beat now. That's why there's a potential for that rapid water rise with the flash flood warning in play until 9:45 p.m. I mean, look at this over the last hour within that box. I'll get to a spot and you will just see all red for an hour. Let's see if we can get roads in here at least on some of this. Let me change our road profile. I mean, just look at this whole hour of heavy rain and it's still coming down. That's just wild there as we're looking at the overall situation. As we're looking towards Suwannee County, again, a flash flood warning potential for a rapid water rise is what that means. Not just a regular flood warning, which is a more steady, rapid water rise concern, or more steady water rise concern. This is more of a rapid water rise, more quick in terms of that danger here. We're getting toward dark as well. So some of these roads I'm showing you could be covered in water here. Might be too deep, to be able to go through them. And as we get toward dark, you might not be able to really see what's going on. It could be a really dangerous situation as we're looking in here in the word parts of Suwannee County. These rural roads, could really start to have water on them with, a half a foot of rain in towards some of these different spots. So, not a good situation out there. Look at this here. Got 3 inches of rain in the past hour toward McAlpin, according to the weather station there in Suwannee County. But again, some spots maybe even more than that. Just very significant. Some wind in here too still, but see all this rain in here? Very significant rainfall west of McAlpin in Suwannee County. Again, we were worried about this area of rain. There's still a flood advisory for some areas here toward Alachua, but more populated out there. So some areas up to 4.5 or so, but a lot of 3s here as we look. I'm on a different radar right now. So let me go to Jack's view. But, there's quite a bit of precip. But this is even more, and this is from the Jack's view over here, these estimates. Ooh, that's just so significant. You don't get flash flood warnings in this rural area much, especially when we needed rain. And one thing we haven't shown you yet today is it's Thursday, so it's time for that drought outlook update. That's right where we need rain. We just don't want too much too quick. An extreme drought there, but there's a flash flood warning and part of that extreme drought here as we're looking at the overall situation. So a lot of our areas doing better, but not this red corridor necessarily. Even in Southeast Georgia, we had that fire that was causing I-95 to be closed for a little while last night. That got reopened pretty quick, but all that smoke up there. But this isn't a significant drought, but we do have a flash flood warning in play right now for that rapid water rise potential. Again, just really, high rainfall rates here and high rainfall totals. 129th Road, 182nd Street. Let's check for other areas here that last a little bit. Parts of Madison County, 2 inches here so far there in that zone. 5 inches again here toward parts of Suwannee County. Probably more like the last hour and a half. Some areas are probably approaching 6 inches there at this point, with that coming down so fast. 144th Street, not as bad there, but 176th Street, 182nd Street, 188th Street, 121st Road, 208th Street, 216th Terrace, East County Road 349. Again, this flash flood warning here in effect, this rapid water rise. Look at that. That's coming down very heavy there. In theory, the rate's still 5 inches an hour in some of that, but already had 5 inches in here. That didn't mean you're going to get 10 inches total, but I wouldn't want 8 inches for somebody here. You see the numbers tick up with the latest scan. Again, the flash flood warning in Plato 945. Let me see if there's any more questions, comments here. For any of the viewers at home. I see John B. Watson. Appreciate you tuning on in and trusting me. Just appreciate everybody's viewership here. Just looking through everything, all the different details here. Just all that rain in there, that efficient rainfall production. trying to update you the best I can. Still here with you. Trying some other modes of our, rainfall threat. Okay, this is another way to see the rainfall rates. 3 inches in 1 hour here. That makes a lot of sense, maybe more so than what I was doing a moment ago. Scrubbing through some different things here. Some of those numbers don't look as accurate, but this looks like it's doing a good job here. As we look in Lake City, Southern Columbia County, not in Lake City, but south, quite a bit of rain here last little bit, and with the, type of rates we're seeing. I'm scrubbing through some things we're not used to showing because I've been on here a while just trying some different things. Let me take some of this off because some of this may not be, 100% accurate, but this is the level 3 heavy rain and flood product. And, definitely seeing a little more concern in some of these spots here. As you go back to the radar, you see there's, still pretty broad concern. Again, we don't generally stick with flash flood warnings, but based, on what I'm seeing here, until we start to see more of the pinks get out of that, we got to be really careful. I mean, there's still some wind energy in there too, but we have some wind energy here in Madison County. We need to keep watching for some type of warning here maybe as well. I mean, that's a little more impressive with some of that wind energy. We'll have to just be mindful of that there, but here's where we have the flash flood warning right now. Again, watching this rapid water rise concern as we get near sunset. It's a rural area though, but 145th Road, 176th Road, 141st Road. Some of these areas getting upwards, over 5 inches of rain there, really in the last hour and a half. This is south of Live Oak, south of I-10, west I-75. As we're looking here and putting things in perspective like that. Let me show you guys temperature. Just some spots are really cooled off with the rain and storms. Some spots still pretty warm out there, like Folkestone at 90. That's another way to set some rainfall totals. A different way to estimate them in here, but the flash flood warning. It looks slightly better, but don't want to let your guard down here yet. Even after I wrap it up, roads could still be covered here, but seeing some positive trends. At least we're losing most of the magenta type color here. And the flash flood warning itself now. As things start to drift off a little. But 9:45, this flash flood warning in play. 216th Terrace, 208th Street, 121st Road, 137th Road, 182nd Street. Again, the reason is because of just all that rain in there. All that rain. Just telling a story for sure. We saw in about the last hour and a half or so. Just significant numbers here as we're watching things. West of McAlpin. We're sitting, there's McAlpin. This is south of Live Oak by a good little ways. I mean, look at Live Oak, not near that much up there. You're hearing about a flash flood warning for Suwannee County, you think it's for you, and you're saying, like, we barely got any rain, but no, it's down here, where all that concern has been to your south. I mean, let's measure this out with a mileage tool. Only about 10 miles away, and what a difference 10 miles makes from very little rain to a flood situation. As we continue to update you. Still seeing some wind enhancement in spots. But again, the rain story has become the bigger one. Of course, we had all that rotation we were tracking earlier on. We even had that funnel cloud report out of the Keystone Heights Airport area. It's a very heavy rain, 208th Street, 119th Drive, East County Road 349. Just appreciate everybody tuning in, interest in me. Just looking between some of the different computer sources. Let's see the Barron model. Let me get that together here real quick. We'll go ahead and throw the coverage map up. Remind you guys of the 38 counties I cover here. Suwannee County where we have the concern most right now, the flash flood warning. Just trying to update the best I can. I'm going to go through some of that model guidance here real quick, make sure it's up to date. Just looking through that here behind the scenes before I show it to you guys. I started off tomorrow afternoon. It's not picking up on some of the current stuff that well, so you never know, but we're going to just try, go with it here tomorrow afternoon around noon. That boundary's still in play, and some stuff to, reform here again. Kind of scrub around that lunch hour and go forward. You see a lot of stuff on the radar here as we look toward our zones, and then see maybe some of that breaking up there at points, but then getting to Saturday, quite a bit more formation as we look toward our local counties, and then getting to Sunday there, you see maybe even more consistent rainfall in there. We need the rain, we just don't want too much too quick, of course. As we're giving you guys the very latest information, you just don't want too much rain too quick as we're looking towards some of the different spots within the viewing circle. Just got to be very mindful of things here overall. As we're updating you, again, just scrubbing back a little, we'll go forward. Just watch here the overall situation. Still that rain, lingering Sunday night. Let me change the time setting a little. Try to go a little bit further with this. This is all the way to Monday. You see more rain there. You can see Sunday evening that rain around, and then tracking that into your Monday. This goodness. Just doesn't want to go away, does it? As we're looking here. Rain, go away. We need the rain, though. We just don't want the flood threat There is, I think, a new flash flood warning that's just popped in. Let's see what it's all about. Okay, they just extended this to 11. So let's see here what that storyline is. I wonder if they went considerable with it. Let me see. Okay, they did go life-threatening there now with this flash flood warning that's in play to 11. So at 8:07 p.m., Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Between 3 and 6.5 inches of rain have fallen. Additional amounts of 1 to 2 inches are possible in the warned area. Flash flooding is either ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Life-threatening flash flooding is a hazard. Thunderstorms producing flash flooding. So impact is life-threatening flash flooding of creeks and streams or urban areas. So there are not really many urban areas in this box, but highways, streets, just the overall idea there. McAlpin, O'Brien, just turn around, don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most flood deaths do occur in vehicles, and especially got to worry about this at night. Be aware of your surroundings and not drive on flooded roads. So this is a life-threatening flash flood warning now. We don't get that very much around here. Maybe the last time we had that in Suwannee County about this time 2 years ago with Tropical Storm. It was Hurricane Debbie when it first hit, but 2 years ago, Tropical Storm Debbie later on. I think that was in that general vicinity, at least, Swanee River Valley area. As we're looking, don't get these life-threatening flash flood warnings very often here. That's why we have a particularly dangerous situation now as we look toward parts of Suwannee County here. This flash flood warning now to 11 p.m. It's going off on people's phones because it's that considerable tag. It's triggering that wireless emergency alert. So now that flash flood warning to 11 p.m. there for central Suwannee County. Even though it seemed like some of the heaviest rain is slacking off within that polygon now, the residual effect here as we get toward darkness, it's not going to drain just really fast with a half foot of rain, and this could catch people off guard. Maybe the road that they normally think and, know of as not being covered in water is, tonight covered in water enough to, be problematic. The 6 inches of flowing water can knock you down. So you got to keep that in mind here with this flash flood warning here in play until 11 p.m. Again, at 8:07 p.m., Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Between 3 and 6.5 inches of rain have fallen. Additional rainfall amounts of 1 to 2 inches are possible in that area. Flash floods are ongoing or expected to begin shortly. The hazard is life-threatening flash flooding. Thunderstorms producing flash flooding. Life-threatening flash flooding of creeks and streams, highways, streets there in that area, McAlpin and O'Brien. So just remember, turn around, don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most flood deaths occur in vehicles and also at night, really, is when that, greatest danger is. So, again, a flash flood warning for Suwannee County there until 11 p.m. It's an upgraded one. It's not a considerable tag, that life-threatening tag, enough to trigger that wireless emergency alert. I know a while back they used to send out those for all flash flood warnings, the Weather Service, but they changed that so we didn't have people getting, just really maybe kind of a little bit too desensitized to them and not taking them seriously when they happen. But now anybody in that green area would have had their phone go off if they had their wireless emergency alert on, like an Amber Alert, like we had the other day from Marion County, or just the overall situation here. Your phone will go off. In this type of situation for that more imminent danger like it does for a tornado warning or a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, though we don't have to deal with destructive severe thunderstorm warnings around here much either. It's more for a tornado warning or for an Amber Alert is what you're used to for that. But that's what's going off right now in the word this area. So I might have some new folks joining in on the coverage here. You guys are under this enhanced flash flood warning here until 11 p.m. Now that potential for that rapid water rise for a little longer here is enhanced right now toward that zone with that, considerable life-threatening tag here. A flash flood warning there in Suwannee County. This is a particularly dangerous situation as we're looking there, toward some of these roads, because I'll go back to the rainfall amounts here. I'll go ahead and go back over to the rainfall amounts. Let's go over to some of those modes here. And you can kind of see some spots getting 5.5 inches of rain, maybe even more than that. But, just very significant. And a lot of this within the last 2 hours or so, really, if not all of it, in toward these zones. So very problematic, very serious here as we're looking in the ward areas there west of McAlpin. McAlpin proper, less than an inch of rain maybe. But out just a little west, it's 5.5 inches if you're headed out a little west. Maybe your home's just out from McAlpin, only 4 miles or less away. That's a huge differential as we're looking at things in terms of that. So, again, a flash flood warning, a life-threatening flash flood warning. We don't get many of those around here, especially outside of a tropical system. But that's what we have right now in Suwannee County here, because some areas have had about a half a foot of rain in a pretty short period of time there as we're looking. Though a lot of that's starting to slack off, except near the bottom of the box. But that warning, that flash flood warning goes until 11 p.m. That life-threatening flash flood warning there toward parts of Suwannee County and the Suwannee River Valley. So, again, need to be very mindful of that. Let me see if there's any more questions, comments from any of the viewers at home. Just appreciate, it looks like 12 of you watching right now. Just appreciate everybody tuning in, trusting me. As I look here, just it looks like 1 on Twitch and 11 on YouTube. Just appreciate the viewership here as I keep you guys up to date as we're watching things. I'll probably wrap pretty soon, but not quite yet. We'll keep the stream going a little longer with this polygon though in play, but there's only so much I can say about a flash flood warning. It is a pretty rural area, but it's significant rain totals. Now, granted, we do have a wind signal here north of Mayo around Lauraville, seeing some areas. That one is matching up pretty well, so I'll have to make sure I got this on the right radar. Okay, well, I didn't really have it on the right radar. That's the thing sometimes. Did I have that in Tallahassee? I did. Okay, that's about 5,000 feet up, and this here was 3,000, so probably not enough to get a severe thunderstorm warning. Got to be careful with some of that. But let's check over here, south of Madison. See some of these winds. But yeah, let's go ahead and go back to these rainfall estimates again. Again, this is a considerable flash flood warning. They're not, not the last level, the highest level flash flood emergency, but, a level above normal, a level below flash flood emergency is where we're at right now here in North Suwannee County. So, again, pretty rural, not, densely populated, but still, for the people out there, this is significant. As we're looking around 145th Road. As I go in here on this right here, that's, 5.4 inches. Pretty short period of time. Let's do something here. In the past hour, you see how that is really grown there. The numbers have increased. It's about 3 inches in the last hour. So let's go back 2 hours then. 2 hours ago is a 1/4 inch in here. And we gradually went up by 7 o'clock, almost 2 inches. And then now you see where we're at. Let me go to this a different way. Just another way to visualize that here in the last hour at about 3 inches. Then that's what you're seeing toward this area there, south of Live Oak. South of I-10, west of I-75, thankfully, and it's not an urban area. These are some of the higher totals I've seen in the summertime storm in a while. Thankfully, it's not an urban area. We'd have a flash flood emergency for sure with these type of totals. Even here in Stark, we'd probably, be getting that type of level because this is even more than what we saw when we had the middle school flood there 3 years ago here around Stark. This is out in Suwannee County when I'm showing you guys, but here in Bradford, we had about 5 inches in a similar time frame. And we had the middle school flooding. This is 6 inches there, is what we're really getting to. I think this may be almost running a little behind at this point, but, getting upward to 6 inches in some of these spots. So. Again, you see how they extended the time frame on this when they went life-threatening? The heaviest rainfall right now is in the southern and western parts of the polygon. So right over O'Brien, you guys hadn't had as much down there. Maybe, let's look. Let's double check. You guys you've only had a 2 inches there, but the heavier totals, you're starting to see this go up. Just in the past 15 minutes, you've seen this amount go up and toward that area. So Again, just gotta be mindful of that as we're looking toward O'Brien there and around County Road 3, East County Road 349 and toward that zone. I mean, I'll go back the past hour with this. You see how these totals have been going on up toward that area there. Let's go some other areas here. You can see the numbers going up there in the past hour. Adding to those totals there with this a particularly dangerous situation per se. I know I call it that. Technically, it's life-threatening, but the second level of flash flood warning, like you would a second level of some other type of warnings like tornado or severe thunderstorm warning. We're kind of at that level of below an emergency, but above the base here. It's the considerable tag, considerable damage threat, flash flood tag. So again, just trying to keep you guys up to date. Again, we don't get these around here very often. Still a lot of rain in the overall vicinity there. A lot of lightning as well. I'll turn that off just to be able to see the radar a little better. A little bit of wind enhancement around Mayo, but a little bit of green and red. We'll have to watch that, but nothing overwhelming. But a little bit of weak rotation, to be completely honest. A little apart from each other, though. Again, keeping you informed. See these rainfall totals in here. Just remember, flash flooding is especially dangerous at night here as we're looking. Just trying to keep you up to date. So we're going to show this to you with the geography again. As I drag this on up. Some of these areas have not seen as much in the last few moments, but they've seen just a whole bunch overall. But, some of the areas further south and, are getting more of it now in general. I mean, I'll see the current radar. Let's just do it like this here because, there's still a little bit in that western periphery, but the southern periphery is definitely getting more now here overall. So, again, just watching things carefully here. Again, the considerable flash flood warning in play. Definitely have seen the rates slack off in here, though, compared to what they had been. But they had to upgrade us to the considerable tag now here in the recent time frame because of all that rain in there. Half a foot in about an hour and a half. Let's go to this here on, let's go back 2 hours. So we'll go in here. Some of these roads. And then you just see how more and more of it came and came and came. And I may need to get a little bit further over on some of this. Let's just go, we'll do this a little bit better. Right in here is where some of the worst has been. So let me go ahead. We're going to go ahead and pull up radar over the past 2 hours or so. I mean, even at 6:23, we started kind of having that. So let's go back 3 hours in. Not at 5:23, you see getting about 6 o'clock, not much. But then right about 6. So really, this is almost the last, a little over 2 hours. And if you really want to do it precisely, I mean, it wasn't the heaviest in at some points, but just sitting over that roadway there in Suwannee County and the vicinities, surrounding, we're just finally seeing some of that break up. But again, you see 5:23, not so much. But then right here around 6:05, 6:07, I just seeing that rain really start to come over 182nd Street. And really just the heavy downpours in there, and then the flash flooding, just became more and more pronounced here with that concern, at least. Haven't had to, necessarily report it. It's so rural, but, there are some homes in there, as you could tell, and you could visualize. Still some heavy rain here around 198th Terrace, 129th Road, 137th Road, 200th Street there, 202nd Street, 113th Street. You see the overall trend's a positive one for the most part. It looked like that last frame had a little bit of red just kind of showing up right in here a little bit. But some of these different reports here, we had, 3 inches in an hour on a rain gauge just here on the edge of this polygon. See a flooded advisory further downstream in some of these spots. Wind enhancement right around Mayo in Lafayette County. (121st Road, 137th Road, 198th Terrace). Heaviest rain right now in those spots. Some of those spots there have already picked up 5 inches there. Some spots just north, picking up 5.5 inches. Their rain rate's a little lower now. Again, the warning goes to 11, but we're probably about to wrap covered because overall it's the radar pictures improved. Now, granted, on the ground, things may not be improving that much, especially with it getting dark. Those roads may still be, covered with water in some of those spots. It's, getting dark. You can't tell how deep it is. You just got to remember, turn around, don't drown here, as flash flooding is especially dangerous at night as we're looking at things toward parts of Suwannee County here south of Live Oak. We're talking about north of Branford there, west of 129 especially, but you see 129 just points east a little bit, included near the bottom of this polygon. So again, just trying to update you. Gonna go to totals a different way here. It's a small area in general, but you see this is on over 1/2 foot on that mode. Again, we had a bunch here in northern Alachua and southern Bradford there, but it wasn't to the overwhelming level. Didn't have a flash flood warning. We got close though. Let's go to the flood risk product. So in that higher risk there of flooding, you know where some of these spots there. 182nd Street, 188th Street. So a little bit of flood risk here in Madison County there. Let's get over to some of these roads. Southwest Tower Road in Madison County, a little bit of a flash flood risk there. A little bit still in northwestern Alachua, but let's see what the radar looks like. I mean, really, around Mayo, we'll be watching a little bit. Let me loop this. I mean, it may come through pretty quick there, but some heavy rain, coming together over Mayo. So the worst is north of Branford, but Branford, you guys over there, picking up, about an inch or so, give or take. In Mayo, so far, only about 1/10, but that's going to change. As we get down here toward Bell, not that much, but a little bit south and west, differential there, a different number. See northwestern Alachua County there, quite a bit though, as we've alluded to. Talking about that earlier on. But again, our bullseye, definitely in Suwannee County, we have the life-threatening flash flood warning. As we're looking at things over here. Again, they upgraded this to one that goes off on the phones, wireless emergency alert. Those were done at 8:07 p.m. Again, life-threatening flash flooding of creeks and streams, highways, and streets there. The potential, McAlpin, O'Brien included, but, really talking about some of those roads out in between. I mean, McAlpin was on the edge. O'Brien's in it now, but they didn't get as much rain as some of the spots in between here, as I've alluded to. Now getting the purple in this mode over 6 inches in that mode there. With all that rainfall for sure. Just turn around, don't drown when encountering flooded roads, as most flood deaths occur in vehicles and at night. So don't be going out here at night in this area here. as we're looking where some of these spots have picked up just so much rain in really the last 2 hours or so. I'm seeing, some heavy rain in here, but a lot of it's slacking off. It's still pretty heavy if you're under that and you're seeing flood problems at your home or something. 100, not good in that regard. 137th Road, 198th Terrace, 208th Street. As we look in there, the heavier rain's off toward Mayo now. That community in parts of Lafayette County. Just checking questions, comments, see if there's anything new from any of the viewers at home. Again, just trying to update the best I can here on the overall scenario. Just trying to update you here. Again, for perspective, south of I-10, west of I-75. Put the lightning information back on. Again, just trying to keep you informed. All the lightning, all that lightning there, Lafayette County, western Lafayette, southern Taylor. Seeing some in Gilchrist County, of course, in Suwannee County, we've had all that concern that we've been following. Let's check power outages. Could be worse, but some, there's all that rain sitting over this area, thunderstorm accident for so long. And that's not a fun evening for sure. And towards some of those spots. So again, we'll keep you updated. If we need to jump back in, we will. But I think at this point, it's still pretty significant in some of these spots. It could still be dangerous, but there's only so much we can see. And overall, things are improving in general here toward that. In terms of the radar picture now on the ground, there could still be some very significant flooding with the roads really being dangerous in some of these spots here being covered in water. So you still got to be very careful. There's still some pretty heavy rain coming down on 137th Road. 198th Terrace, 208th Street there. Just be very mindful of that. Remember, turn around, don't drown. But overall, you see the overall progression. This is kind of drifting south, with some of this here and just the overall movement, trying to kind of gauge that with my eyes here a little bit. But, just trying to see how this is going. A lot of this, some of this is still coming back in a little bit, from the west. But in general, we're seeing this drift off toward the south here. And really, we're talking about, from this point there south, and then let me check something with our hydro mode. I mean, some of these areas right in here, 5 inches, a little more to the north, but some of those spots there, have definitely, as we look at things, some different radar views, just trying to update you. We still have this in some of this, but still got to be really careful. 198th Terrace, 208th Street, 119th Drive. Still may get more of these flash flood warnings if things, move so slow and don't weaken enough in these zones here. With all those parameters I was talking about, supercell composite up to some more of the storm ingredients, different kinds than you sometimes have. So we may have to come back on here, even if we're about to wrap things up like what I'm planning. We're going to have the stream going for a little longer here. If we need to pop back in, we will for sure. But just going to keep an eye on the situation here. Trying to figure out how I should kind of leave this radar running, because it's a little bit different area than sometimes have to deal with different type of threats. So we're just continuing to watch the flash flood warning. I'll loop this over to past. Let's do 2 hours. And we don't want to do 1 minute increments, so we'll do 5 minute. You know what? Maybe 1 hour would be better here, because it's a situation where, kind of get out of range on some of this. But Again, just been watching things very carefully there in Suwannee County. Just trying to keep you informed the best we can. Again, so much rainfall down there for sure. I may need to just turn the lightning off as well. So let's go ahead and do that real quick. Because you wouldn't be able to see all that rain in there otherwise. I know there's a counter, but we don't need the lightning on right now because of the situation. So with that flash flooding. So some of that may enter back in a little bit on that periphery. We need to jump back in, we will. Obviously, if we get to a flash flood emergency, we'll jump back in immediately toward that zone to give you, more cover to the scenario. So if we get a severe thunderstorm warning, we'll jump back in. Just anything pertinent, we'll jump back in. But just be careful here. Stay safe there. I'll leave this running. Thanks for tuning in and trusting me. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center. Just see if there's any more questions, comments. I don't see anything right now, but just appreciate your viewership. I appreciate everybody's viewership. I'll leave this running here. This flash flood warning situation toward the different areas there out toward the Suwannee River Valley and toward Suwannee County, as I've been talking about for the last little bit. Just remember, turn around, don't drown. Very important here as we're looking at this situation. You just got to be very mindful here. You just got to be very mindful of things with this flooding, especially now that we're getting towards sunset and past that. It can make things especially dangerous there in northern parts of Suwannee County. So, again, be very mindful of that. I'll be back on if needed, but for now, stay safe. Try to enjoy things the best you can as we continue to monitor things here in the Weather Center. Just continuing to watch things overall here with the overall meteorological storyline. Just trying to update you here, as is warranted. But for now, we're just going to leave the radar running. If I need to pop back in, I will. Just stay safe out there. This is a clouds weather alert. Meteorologist Casey Cloud jumping back in here. It's 9:04 p.m. on this Thursday night. We're tracking 2 new severe thunderstorm warnings now. Unfortunately, things starting to show signals again of some damage and wind potential toward the area. We had the flash flood warning scenario we've been covering for a while with that, considerable tag. And now we're watching some more damage and wind potential as we're looking towards some of our different counties. So let's go ahead and see what's going on. Tallahassee is a warning. Jacksonville is a warning for this action further east. So Tallahassee's warning, excuse me, at about 8:56 there, they're tracking severe thunderstorms located along a line extending from 6 miles east of Mayo to 6 miles north across city, moving southeast at about 30 miles an hour. So southeastern Lafayette County, northeastern Dixie County there until 9:45. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, Hatch Bend, Fletcher, areas there around Fletcher Springs and Grady. And there's also some weak rotations, so remain alert for a possible tornado, as tornadoes can develop quickly from severe thunderstorms. If you spot a tornado, go at once in that small central room in a sturdy structure. So severe thunderstorm warning for till 9:45 for parts of Lafayette and Dixie counties here. That first polygon, the Tallahassee office is doing that here. So there's Lafayette where I have clicked now. There's Dixie right here. And then we go into velocity. There is some weak rotation here at points that we're seeing, that we've been watching here within the algorithms as we were kind of seeing this track away from Mayo. Let me turn off our lightning so we can see this a little bit better. As we're looking at some of these, we got to watch right around Branford there, as we're monitoring the scenario here as we're getting, past, the sunset into the darkness, complete darkness, except for lightning. You just got to be really aware here of what we're dealing with meteorologically. So again, seeing 2 severe thunderstorm warnings, the other ones for points eastward here. So let me go ahead and read that one off here from the Jacksonville office. So they issued this at 8:58. The National Weather Service in Jacksonville issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Gilchrist County. They don't get one very much down there, a severe thunderstorm warning, but they have one right now, until 10 p.m. It's pretty far from all the radars. They're a pretty rural area in nature. We had a severe thunderstorm warning there maybe a few weeks ago that we were all having to cover intently, but overall, they don't have them down there too much like this in this time, pattern this time of year, but more like, your spring squall lines or something. But southwestern Columbia, southeastern Suwannee also included, along with Gilchrist there. So Trenton, Bell, Itchituckney, Spring, Fort White, Branford, and Hildreth. So remain alert for a possible tornado, as there's a trend of possible tag with this as well. Severe thunderstorm located 7 miles southwest of O'Brien, or 10 miles southeast of Mayo, moving southeast at 20 miles an hour. So again, we have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings on the board now for this action. One from the Jacksonville office, one from the Tallahassee office here. As we're looking at things, this one for parts of Columbia, Suwannee, and Gilchrist until 10 p.m. As I go between some of our different scans, let's check Jacksonville's radar here, trying to see maybe they had a little bit, tighter rotation in some of these spots from some different vantage points here, it looked like, to indicate a need for a tornado possible tag, severe thunderstorm warning. So let's check Tallahassee. Seeing some wind enhancement there in the Branford area. If you're around Branford, you need to be really careful with this as we get on in here. Let's get to the other mode of this. From the closer view, it's a little weaker, but still some rotation, enough for a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. So we have some wind enhancement here, getting toward the Branford area. Let me turn these arrows off here as well. We're going to tilt this up to the normal view. And let's just go back 15 minutes here. Definitely seeing some of this kind of move toward Branford there as we look. You have Moss's Dairy Road, 264th Street. Again, we have some wind enhancement here. Winds going toward the radar, which in this case is a Valdosta. So going to the north here and then going to the south. Some rotation, a tornado possible tag, but it's a thunderstorm with 60-mile-an-hour wind gust, the possibility, and here if nothing else. As we're looking at things, again, monitoring things, you see around Bell, quite a bit of lightning in there as we're looking towards some of these different spots. As we get in here, you can see some of our different roadways like US 129 being impacted. So again, we have multiple, with this complex here, 2 severe thunderstorm warnings in play. One for parts of Lafayette, Dixie, and then another for parts of Suwannee, Columbia, and Gilchrist. So I know you have this flash flood warning. We're finally seeing the rain relenting that, but it got upgraded to considerable earlier. We were on with it. Some areas getting a half a foot of rain in toward that spot. We saw over just a couple hour period. So that's a big deal, obviously. As we're looking at the information, just trying to update. Let me see if there's any cameras around either Bell or Brantford here that I can pull up in the Florida 511 system. Just bear with me. I see we have Low Country there, viewer watching right now. I just appreciate you tuning on in here as we're monitoring things the best we can here right now. Some active weather across north central Florida here. So let me go ahead and get on in here toward our Florida 511 camera views here, see if we have anything either around Bell or around Brantford. And unfortunately, we don't. The closest is down toward Old Town. See if I can see something from that vantage point. I know, let me see where Old Town is on the map. You see it right there. Our warnings are just to the north. So I'm going to get my mouse here to switch this over. Be able to see some lightning from that, it looks like. As we keep you guys up to date here. Again, seeing a resurgence of some severe potential here towards some of our local counties. So, got to be very mindful here of the situation. Got to be very cognizant. Again, this is just a view. Maybe we'll see some more of that lighting. I was just seeing some of it a moment ago here right before I had it up. You saw maybe a little, just now going a little ways away, but this is from Old Town looking here in the region. I'm not sure which way it's pointed, but again, just giving you guys an idea here of the overall, edge of the conditions here maybe. There you go. There's some flashes of lightning kind of telling that story there with that electrical nature of things. Just whenever thunder roars go indoors, there's a lot of lightning with this. I need to put that lightning counter back up. There's a ton of it. I'll pull that back up in just a moment here as I try to keep you guys informed. Again, just appreciate everybody tuning in, trusting me here. Let's go ahead and we'll jump back on over here. Jump back over to the computer source right here. So let me get that lightning counter back up. 278 strikes there, last 15. Just in this one spot on the radar view. It's very significant. New advisor to the north, by the way, it looked like popped in. Maybe. I thought I saw something. Maybe not. Okay. Again, continuing to watch things to the south here. I know. Sometimes after a while, having to watch stuff on the radar, you start to see things, I guess. I don't know. But anyway, again, continue to watch things the best we can here as we're updating you here toward US 129 around Bell. Again, I'm around Main Street there. We have some wind energy maybe, in the periphery, on that view. It's so far away from the radar, it's hard to know for sure what's going on, but you can see some wind coming on in maybe toward the Bell area here over the next little bit. Don't get warned down here very much. We're so far up on the radar, we're 5,000 feet up. On the Valdosta radar, the Jacksonville radar is 7,000 feet. Tampa radar is 17,000 feet pretty much. In Tallahassee, what's about 8,000 feet. So this is the closest one, but it's not, an ideal range to really see exactly what's going down with, to the surface with the wind mode. But again, severe thunderstorm warning here. I know Brantford has been seeing some stuff, but it looks like that. I mean, it's still there, but it looks a little weaker there maybe toward Brantford. And maybe, watching a little more closely, we need to toward Bell here. It's hard to tell, but if you're wondering where this is, because, we don't talk about these areas all that much. This is west of Gainesville here. Parts of Gilchrist and Columbia and Suwannee, Lafayette and Dixie counties here with the threat right now. You see around Bell here, some of this coming on in that community in Gilchrist County. I know Trenton, that's the town there that the famous baseball player for the Texas Rangers is from, Wyatt Langford. He played for the Gators before that. Our local viewers probably aware of him. That's where he's from, Trenton there, in terms of just notable information about that community in Gilchrist County. Let's look at velocity again. They're under the warning. Some of that stuff around Fanning Springs could be knocking down trees here or there. So got to be kind of mindful of that. As you can kind of, excuse me, you can kind of see here how things are drawn with the overall polygon scenario. Again, looking here around Bell, on US 129 there, seeing some winds that are showing up a little bit, stronger there. Let's pull up power outage information. Some outages here and there, not an overwhelming situation, but definitely noteworthy here in spots. Let me go ahead and go to our currents. We'll go ahead and go to the county power is total this way. Got a flash flood concern, further down in Suwannee County, 1,000 customers in the dark in the county, 700 in Leon, 400 in Wakulla, 100 in Taylor, 300 in Lafayette, 200 in Alachua there, and in Decatur we have 100 out. Again, just trying to keep folks up to date here with our severe thunderstorm warnings. See around Bell here, seeing 43 on the wind mode, but it could be a little bit stronger down toward the surface there as that crosses over US 129. Again, just trying to keep you guys informed here on the overall scenario meteorologically. Just trying to keep you guys up to date here. But as we watch things overall, it's just important to be mindful here of these different situations. Just want to stay on top of things here the best we can. Let's put some other information on. I'll go ahead and zoom out. We'll see we had some different reporting, Augusta 45 earlier, Alachua, Florida area. 3 miles south of La Crosse. Of course, we had that funnel cloud there as we got toward the Keystone Airport. A bunch of wind damage out toward Tallahassee there, as we were tracking earlier on. So it's been an active period yet again. I mean, maybe not quite as active in a way as yesterday. We didn't have a convective watch, and maybe, just not quite as many storm reports, but it's not far off. I mean, that boundary is still causing us problems here with the overall meteorology, the overall meteorological picture. Bell right around Northwest 45th Avenue, seeing some stronger winds in here as we update you. Again, just trying to give you guys the very latest information on things. I know we started off this stream way earlier on for a severe thunderstorm warning in North Central Florida, Northeast Florida. And then, it's just, kind of spiraled out there with all these warnings. And then I did just have to, radar stream for the last little bit. And now I was unfortunately seeing some yellow boxes again for some severe thunderstorm warnings here. We kept the stream up for the flash flood warning, that considerable threat for Suwannee. Thankfully, the rain slacked up there, significantly, but it was a very significant rainfall situation there. Earlier on, as we're looking southwest of McAlpin there on 188th Street, as we're looking in toward that zone, for instance. Again, continuing to give you the latest around Bell here, all this lightning, all that electrical energy, some higher DBZ values. Let's pull up some of our hydro products here. Level 3 precip rate. See 2 inch an hour type of rates in here, it looks like. Some pretty heavy rainfall. Our temperatures out there, let's pull those in. You can kind of see some spots still in the 80s, but other spots with that rain around, a little bit cooler there. Let's get back in here on this view. I'm seeing Levy County, quite a bit of lightning down there, south of Chiefland. You see around Bell, though, a lot of lightning up in here and wind energy. 43, 43. Again, those, could be higher, though, down toward the surface or lower. As we're looking here around Northeast 30th Street, Northwest County Road 340. Again, just trying to give you guys the latest now. Right over Bell here with some stronger wind energy showing up. Bryan Avenue, Hilliard Avenue, Parrish Street. Some stronger winds there coming on in there. Sanders Street, Cemetery Road, Strickland Avenue. heavy rain and some, that wind maybe mixed on in right over Bell there in toward parts of Gilchrist County. So again, let's remind you guys here of our map. I'm going to go ahead and remind you guys of our 38 counties here. I'm just going to go ahead and try to give you guys the very latest here on the scenario. Let me see our map here. Gilchrist is where we have this, axing around Bell right now on the map. And it's west of Alachua. Alachua is where Gainesville is and where UF is. Gilchrist County is just to the west there, and this is west of 75, west of I-75, but just a little ways here as we're looking at the overall weather picture. So again, you see it's 130 strikes in the last 15 minutes. That's a really big number. 130 strikes in the last 15 minutes in this corridor here as we're looking at things. That is a significant number as we're updating the best we can here. 129 last 15 minutes just in this frame. That is a lot of lightning. A lot of lightning for sure. As we're updating you here, as we're keeping you informed. You see around Bell here, some wind energy. Again, just trying to update you. Let me see if there's any updates from the Weather Service. Just checking the two offices here. Don't see any right now, but just appreciate everybody tuning in, trusting me. It looks like a lot of the worst of this has moved out of Lafayette and Dixie, the Tallahassee warnings. So they may drop that one pretty soon. But Jacksonville, issuing this for parts of Swanee and Columbia. Really, it looks like the worst is in Gilchrist, though, right now. Right around Bell there. And the community of Mutual. Harvard coming up on that community as well. See Trenton there on the edge of the worst of this, in terms of the wind. It looks like we never know. We're far enough from the radar as possible. They could be getting some pretty strong winds coming in, from areas there near Fanning Springs. Just have to be very mindful of that. Again, trying to keep you safe, trying to keep you informed. I'm just looking through some of the different scans here. There's quite a bit of lightning there south of Chiefland, but even some around Chiefland and Levy County. Again, just trying to keep you up to date on the situation. Going through all the different tools here behind the scenes in the toolkit. And unfortunately, more rain's on the way. We do need it. It's just you don't want too much too quick, of course. You don't want severe weather. Let's go ahead and show you some other information. Let me go ahead and go over to, we'll go to the flash flood risk. A little bit of that around Mayo right now and northeast of Trenton looks like. Marginal flash flood risk overall, though, tomorrow as well. And then, even into Saturday, I know a bigger one to the north, but in the country, but still got some of that on Saturday hanging on around here. And your rainfall forecast. Weather Prediction Center still forecasting quite a bit more in additional totals here, depending on where you are through next Wednesday or so is what this is going through. So again, trying to keep you up to date. And some of the worst is already on the edge a little bit here. It looks like down to the south, but around Bell, that community at 41 miles an hour with the wind, southwest 22nd Court. I'm seeing some of that impact there. In that community, in that zone, you see our one warning that did go away. Lafayette County and Dixie County both being dropped. Tallahassee canceling their severe thunderstorm warning early, but Jacksonville's holding on to theirs because that's where the storm action is now. as we're looking at the overall scenario. The storms which prompted the warning have weakened below severe limits in Dixie to Lafayette County and have exited that warned area. Therefore, the warning's canceled. However, gusty winds and heavy rain are still possible over there, but severe weather is still possible toward the east here. So that's what we got to be cognizant of. Parts of Suwannee and Columbia and Gilchrist counties, especially in Gilchrist County. It looks like where the worst of this is. Checking some different angles on here. See the Tallahassee radar showing some extra wind enhancement moving over toward Waters Lake pretty soon. And that's pretty far up, but pretty high up. But all the views are pretty high up anyway, in toward this zone. Again, just trying to keep you up to date. Trying to give you the very latest here. It's going between some of the tools in the toolkit. See some winds there between Chiefland and Banning Springs. In Levy County there with a significant weather advisory. Looking at some of these pixels in here, that 47 might have been, anomaly, but still giving you an idea. I mean, this one here may not be 43 miles an hour. We're on Southeast 4th Way. Might need to watch toward Newberry here next little bit. We'll have to just wait and see with the overall progressing. See around Chiefland there. Seeing some lightning in that zone. But around Trenton to Tyler there, you can see, some of that wind enhancement. We'll have to see, there's an advisory already, so they might just hold that instead of issue a warning, or they may issue a yellow box here warning, put that out further over. You just see Fort White in here and Branford, but the worst of this, is to the south, really. I mean, this stuff in Levy looks pretty strong as well, though. A little further on the radar. Checking some of the different angles. Tallahassee radar has a little weak rotation here. We have that tornado possible tag of the last check still. Northeast of Trenton here, you see a little weak rotation, but this is pretty high up. Going to be crossing over State Road 47. Let's do a storm track on some of this the best we can. I mean, as I look at that, it's hard to track some of that because of the way it's moving, but this could be a flash flood threat, by the way. Right here. Let's see if that's where we have our overall risk with this. Yeah, it kind of is. Let's at least try to track this for like Williston or somewhere around there. Okay, so southeast of 20 miles an hour. We get our TOA tool out. Okay, so we're going to try to track some of this. Let's pour arrows in real quick. Are they not going to show? I guess not. Okay. So maybe, by 10:30 here, but it could be a little earlier than that around Williston. Just trying to give you an idea here of some of this movement. To kind of watch things. if it holds together, in the Gainesville proper there by like 10:30ish, potentially. Again, north of Trenton there, I'm seeing some of that wind enhancement. Southeast 4th Way, Southwest 17th Court. Let's pull power outage numbers in that area. Don't have any showing up there, but on the periphery we have, some outages. And further out, as we get new updates in now, it looks like we just got some showing up now in the new update. So you see some of the information here. I'll go ahead and say that Gilchrist now has 100. We just got a warning update, I think. Let me double check there. Let me loop that. Yeah, we just got an update on that. Let me see what they're saying here. Okay, they took the tornado possible tag out, but continuing the severe thunderstorm warning for a severe thunderstorm located near Itchitucknee Spring, moving southeast at 20 miles an hour. So Trenton Bell included in this. So now the way they wrote this, though, they may have meant to keep the tornado possible tag in here. I'm not sure because they put a tag for a tornado watch actually, which we don't have any type of tornado watch around. But so we may still have in their minds here some weak rotation we got to keep an eye on here with, but. As we look at the periphery of this. As we continue to keep you up to date. You'll see some wind energy more. Some of this more toward Trenton here. Some of these recent scans that we're looking at. I mean, some of this back behind, so it wouldn't be necessarily severe, but it could still be pretty strong. We're so high up on the radar, though. Looks like our monitor is flickering a little. I apologize for that. I know I had an issue last night where somehow the cord's not tight there, so I thought I fixed that, but it must be trying to get loose again. That's just what happens when we're on day after day, hour after hour here with the coverage, trying to keep you safe and informed. So I noticed it a couple times there in the corner of my eye flickering, so I'll have to fix that here when we get off. But again, just appreciate everybody tuning in, interest in me. Trying to update the best we can. Looks like we got a viewer, Amber, watching. And definitely, nasty weather here. Just hope everybody stays safe for sure. Hoping for the best for everybody there in the path of this as we're looking here, and hope everything goes well here in this type of situation. Thanks for that prayer there as we look at the overall scenario, as we look toward parts of Gilchrist County. Looking here at the scenario right now here on the Doppler. You see Arizona Newberry here we'll be watching over the next little bit. Just whenever thunder roars, I mean, hopefully you've been indoors when you've been hearing it rumble, but just a reminder here. Just important to keep in mind here. See Trenton and Newberry again watching some wind enhancement around Southeast State Road 26 right on the edge of this warning with some of that, but Look at our satellite. You see how the storms evolved here? Watching that overall progression of them. Quite a bit of lightning there in Levy County. You see no rain here around Stark right now. There's some spots earlier on. We had all that rain there in northern Alachua and around Keystone. Of course, our flash flood warning still in effect in Swanee County. Still remember, at night here, even if the rain's really stopped, you just got to remember that the roads could be covered in water. So turn around, don't drown as we're looking at the overall situation, and that, flash flooding can be especially dangerous at night. Just got to be really cognizant and mindful of that. So we go between some of the different scans. 39 miles an hour with the wind around Trenton, 41, so on up. You see some wind enhancement there on State Road 26. A lot of lightning still here in Levy County. Southwest of Otter Creek especially. Just watching the overall vicinity here. If they drop this warning at 9:45, we'll probably wrap this stream since that flash flood warning, the rain's really, the heaviest rain moved out of that. Let me just see the broad perspective here. We'll probably just wrap this stream, if the yellow box goes away at 9:45, we'll come back if we need to, of course, but, just go ahead and, hope for the best with that, and then also make sure I try to get that issue fixed. I don't know why my one cord here is coming a little bit loose sometimes, because I've noticed it flicker a few times on the monitor. I know that started happening last night, so I got to figure out. I get to get on my hands and knees a little bit here right after this to try to make sure the cord, see if it's, how tighten that up here as we're looking at things. But as we go ahead and keep you informed, see around Trenton. That's what happens when it's a one-man band. Just kind of have to do all that engineering here yourself in terms of getting everything worked on and in terms of the overall scenario. So as we're looking here east of Trenton, State Road 26. You see Southeast 40th Way, Southeast County Road 337, Waters Pond Road, Northeast Jones Road. So this is just outside of the warning, even in the Gilchrist Part, but the Levy Part Tampa office, they have a special weather statement down there. Let me see if Jackson will send out a statement. Yeah, we're getting close to that time where they might, that they're going to drop this, as a 9:45. They haven't yet, but again, just trying to keep everybody safe and informed. Just appreciate all the viewership here. As I try to keep you guys safe and informed. Yes, here's your thunderstorm warning for parts of Gilchrist County. Technically, I did not. I kind of forgot I went till 10. For some reason, I was thinking 9:45 because of the other one, but oh, that means they'll probably just cancel it straight out here. In that box, they could issue to the east, but the other warning was 9:45. This one actually technically goes till 10, but again, I kind of don't think it's going to last that long here with the overall situation. A little bit of wind still, showing up on the algorithm though around Trenton, but a lot of the heaviest rain off toward the east here, moving toward Newberry there in western Alachua County. Along State Road 26 there. See some pretty strong winds in that 1 pixel there. A little bit stronger than what I've been seeing here lately. And some of that's going to be moving off toward, the areas there around Newberry. And you see areas around Jonesville and Pinesville, and Archer's not too far away from that either. But yeah, I'll be, like I said, that monitor's been flickering a few times, so I'll be tightening that HDMI cable up here when we get off, just trying to give you guys the very latest here. Let's appreciate everybody's viewership. So a 3D mode here. We'll move this around. Tilt this up. See a lot of lightning in here for sure, and doesn't look like the height is as high as it's been, though, as you can kind of tell here. Some of them are peeking out a little higher not that long ago, it would seem, with storm tops. See 44 miles an hour, right? And it's really getting out of the warning now. There's still some wind, it looks like, right in here. Moving toward Waters Lake around Southeast Court, Southeast State Road 47. But they'll probably be dropping this warning soon, I would think. They haven't extended, unless they're going to extend. I know Tampa office going to significant advisory toward Levy County there. Just watching the overall perspective here. See this lightning there. Excuse me, lightning there on Meredith. State Road 24. Cobb Road. Swap power outages again. See, it's a decent number of percentage out, Lafayette and Gilchrist, but pretty low populations in there. Let's see our outages here this way. Again, the worst is out of the warning at this point. Past Trenton there, it would seem, based on the different scans. Seeing some heavy rain there on Cedar Key, at least in the vicinity. I mean, Cedar Key's just this one area here, but, right there at them pretty much. And that is coming on in, it looks like. Just broadening things way out to see the overall view. See a severe thunderstorm watch toward like Nebraska up there. And we don't have a severe thunderstorm watch around here, but it's been active as we're looking at things. And we're going to stay active with the wet pattern here as we look ahead in the timeline. As you can see here with the 7-day. And did our warning just go away? I guess that's where I needed to go, a magic button to get our warning to go away. Okay, 9:45, they sent this out. The severe thunderstorm warning for central Gilchrist is canceled. The storm which prompted the warning has weakened below severe limits and has exited the warned area. Therefore, the warning has been canceled. So that's great news. So we're going to go ahead and wrap this stream. If I need to pop back in, I will. Obviously, we'll do another stream if we need to here, but see quite a bit of light in there. Southern Gilchrist, northern parts of Levy. So just obviously with the thunder rumble, you need to go indoors there. Still a little bit of wind energy lingering in here, east of Chiefland especially. So we'll monitor things up toward like Archer. Just be careful. You have the Cloud Weather app. You can download that there. You get the latest alerts, lightning alerts. If there's new severe warnings issued, you'll get those instantly on that. Literally, it was coming out a couple seconds for me earlier on there when I had my phone. I happened to be looking at it right when it came out, and it came up a couple seconds before the graphic system. I mean, both the same vendor, but it's just the idea here, that you get those alerts here about the same time I do, even just on your phone at home. So really helpful there in terms of the overall scenario meteorologically, to get that notice as quick as possible. We also have facebook.com/clouds weather that gives you the alerts there immediately as we're looking at things overall with the overall severe polygons that post them in terms of the informational details there. You have those at your disposal. Still a lot of lighting in here, don't get me wrong. Just whenever thunder roars, go indoors. There's still a lot of electricity here. Electrical energy, that can still be dangerous, it can cause house fires, things like that as we're looking east of Trenton, southwest of Newberry there, toward Archer. I mean, this is coming your way here. It's not quite as severe right now, it doesn't look like, but, some strong weather in toward that zone. Chiefland's getting heavy rain there in toward Levy County. As we look here, you can see areas there on Otter Creek, Gulf Hammock, over toward Bronson there and the east side of town, getting out there on 27, going toward Williston. It looks like maybe some storm action, it's kind of headed in the direction of Williston over the next little bit with some heavier rain and some stuff here in the Gulf. You can kind of see here just the scenario with this, just off of Cedar Key there. Just looking at some of our different scans. Hopefully that'll go south of our area with that band. We'll have to watch it, but it could clip our southern periphery, so be watching. But again, keeping updated. There's still the flash flood warning to 11 for areas of Suwannee County there, but the rain's pretty much stopped, and that polygon has, really let up over the last bit, but still just so much in terms of that rainfall there earlier on as we're looking. Looking over a half foot of rain there in parts of Suwannee County. It's very impressive and not in a good way there as we're looking at the overall situation. There's still a lot of lightning, don't get me wrong. And if we need to jump back in for a new warning, we will. That's just a ton of lightning in our frame here. As I kind of narrow it down, I mean, that's just a lot of electricity still. So that's over the Gulf. But again, just got to be very mindful here of the overall situation. So again, I'm going to go ahead and wrap it up. Appreciate everybody's viewership here on this Thursday. Hopefully we don't have to come back on, but I'll be here for you if we do. If we do need to come back on again, just been monitoring things for hours. Coming up on about 5 hours on this stream. Had that stream for Flagler. We run for about 7 hours yesterday. It's just a busy time right now with the storm action for sure. That kind of tilt this around. Just kind of leaving you guys, trying to leave you with a pretty good view of the situation here over the last few seconds on this stream. So if I need to come back with another stream, I will this evening. Of course, we'll have a full report tomorrow at 5:30. But the way things are going, I might have to jump in earlier. A little bit lower chance of rain tomorrow, 60% versus what it was today, 80%. But again, we'll be monitoring things here. We'll be very mindful, of the scenario. And just going to check our risk levels. Just, triple check everything before I wrap it. Just want to make sure I'm not missing anything. I'm going to check. If we don't have any formal risk here, we have a risk in like Missouri tomorrow. But no formal severe risk around here. And on Saturday, right now, not a formal risk. But toward Alabama, Tennessee, there is a marginal risk. So, we'll just be kind of mindful of that. And around here, that we can always get stuff even outside of a marginal, and that can always get upgraded here on pretty short notice. Just things evolve here toward our area this time of year. And we have the boundary in play, obviously, which is playing, a big role as a focal point for this storm activity. So, I'm going to wrap it for now. If I need to pop back in, I will. Just appreciate everybody's viewership here. Again, thanks for tuning in and trusting me. Have a great night, everybody. Stay safe. We'll be back here for warranty. But remember, whenever thunder roars, go indoors.